Good afternoon, everyone. This is a regular board meeting of the Board of Directors of the East Bay Regional Park District. It's June 16th, and we are beginning at 1:06 today. And I would like to ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Thank you, Madam President. Board Member Colin Coffey.
Present.
Board Member Elizabeth Eccles. Board Member Beverly Lane.
Here.
Board Member Dee Rosario.
Here.
Board Member Dennis Waspy.
Here.
Board Member Ann Wieskamp.
Here.
And Board Member Ellen Corbett.
Here. Director Coffey, can you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance today?
Sure. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic
For
for
which
which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice someday.
Thank you all very much. So today's meeting is being held in accordance with Governor Newsom's executive order, allowing for board members to participate remotely. And we're also providing live audio and video streaming and have provided the public an opportunity to submit written comments and also to call in for public comments for any item or staff report, or to call in and leave a voice message. Public comments, the process for providing public comments, I'm going to ask the clerk to just inform us of that real quickly.
Thank you, Madam President. Let me see here. The submission of public comments was noticed on the agenda and in the board packet posted on the district's website Friday, June 12th, 2020. All emails received prior to the 3 p.m. deadline date on Monday, June 15th have been given to the board. Any emails that have come in after this date will be organized and given to the board after this meeting. All public comment email will become a part of the public record.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from board members about the process for today's meeting? All right. We did have a special acknowledgement on the agenda for today. However, the individuals are not able to be with us unless we have heard from them since I last spoke with you, Madam Clerk. Have we heard from them yet?
No, we have not.
Okay, so we'll postpone that for today and we can then go on to public comments. Do we have any public comments?
Yes, Madam President, we have 8 public comments.
All right. And do we have ones to read into the record?
We do. We have one to read into the record.
Okay. Please proceed when you're ready.
Thank you. This is from Mr. Lance Johnson. First of all, these comments should be read in whole, as they typically would be if you were not using the pandemic to sidestep the Brown Act and keep us from our right to information and our right to participate. As of June 8th, the updated shelter-in-place order for Alameda County details that the use of outdoor recreational areas and facilities with high-touch equipment or that encourage gathering, including picnic areas and barbecue areas, is prohibited outside of residences, and all such places shall be closed to public access, including by signage and as appropriate by physical barriers. Our parks are being utilized by the public to violate this ordinance, and real people are getting sick. Mothers, fathers, daughters, and sons. You are allowing this to happen. You are allowing them to die. Your actions and inactions are and will continue to cost lives. Not only are many parks turning a blind eye to the use of picnic areas, the district is planning on scaling up the public's access to them in a matter of weeks, reopening certain parks, at least one of which has hundreds of picnic tables. If you continue to allow the public to use picnic areas, history will not be kind. It will not say that you managed to keep parks open even during a pandemic. Instead, it will say that you contributed to the problem. It will say that because of you, we are all worse off. You have devoted your lives to fighting for environmental protections, fighting against climate change, fighting against wildfires, and fighting for open spaces. Will you fight for us too when we need you the most? And that's the end of the comment.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. And I believe we have some call-in public comments as well. And I do know that we are going to receive a statement and message from 2428, our organized workers, and I would ask that we take their comments last, if we can take the other call-in comments prior to that.
Thank you. Let me see who's here. My apologies, I'm just looking for the public.
No, no worries. We want to
Thank
just make
you.
sure we don't miss anybody, right? So that's fine.
Correct.
Take your time in finding them.
Hello, this is Kent.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Wegener. You do have a public comment, correct?
Yes, that's right.
You have 3 minutes to speak.
Okay, great. Well, I'd like to congratulate the East Bay Regional Park District for such a successful partnering with many other organizations here in the East Bay for the East Contra Costa County Habitat Conservation Plan, the Natural Community Conservation Plan. That was truly a game-changing event for conservation in this area. You know, it covers about 175,000 acres. It's amazing. So now I'm asking you to seize upon the opportunity at hand to partner and create and lead a large continuing volunteer group of partnerships that'll move these lands quicker toward their native habitat, as well as sequester massive amounts of carbon with restoration to the native forests and grasslands. You're probably thinking we do not have the budget to restore your large parks, your large park area. And I agree, if you work through the traditional restoration for-profit procurement mechanism, that would be true. But what if you required the vendors to have most of the restoration work being done by park volunteers, i.e. what I like to call climate warriors, or people who will become climate warriors for the rest of their life? In a very successful way, your own organization has already demonstrated a successful pilot project on Oyster Bay in 2019, utilizing the local Earth Team volunteers that planted 330 trees in that urban restoration. You've also got a large cadre of ambassador volunteers that are sitting idle this year. And ambassador volunteers could potentially assist in scaling up to make this volunteer army that I'm referring to in the East Bay between Concord and Brentwood realistic. Could you choose to repurpose those volunteers to assist Pam Betts, for example, and her squad to recruit, educate, train, and plan for thousands of youth between Concord and Brentwood to get involved? I know, as a new ambassador myself, I can see this chance to heal Mother Nature and fight against climate change. And speaking as a grandparent, there's nothing worth supporting more than youth learning to respect Mother Nature, as well as fighting against climate change. Thank you for the opportunity to make this comment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wagner.
Madam President, I do not see Mr. Wishnev or Mr. Miller, who had planned to speak publicly today. They haven't entered the meeting.
Is there anywhere else they could be?
Not that I'm aware of. I think they would just be here. So
if either of those two individuals are out there and maybe having problem accessing, they can email you, right?
yes, correct.
Okay, so if you're out there and you're trying to access public comments, please let us know. So if you'd like to go on to the next, what do we have next?
We have Constance Taylor for, I think she wants to comment on item E2A. And also Liv Bittner also would like to comment on E2A. Do you want to take those comments at this time?
I think we have also Ari Suzuki
And Meadow Darcy as well.
and Meadow Darcy.
Yes.
I'm not sure if Meadow Darcy's joining or not, but let me just make a quick statement. It has been brought to my attention that our 2428, AFSCME 2428, our organized employees are very interested in making a statement. And these are, these are unusual times, and they are very interested in responding to the current events that we see unfolding around us, and they would like to address us and make a strong statement. And this is a time to hear from our workers and to allow them the opportunity to have their voices heard. So I have let them know that we will let them have extra time today to make their statements, and that their statements will become part of the record. And so I'm not quite sure who might want to speak first, but perhaps Ari Suzuki, would you like to lead off? Oh, excuse me, before I go, is there any objection by the board that we give them some extra time today? Are you okay? Okay, thank you very much. All right, Ari, are you online?
Yes, I am.
There you are, okay. You can go ahead and lead off, thank you.
Thank you. Actually, hello, directors. My name is Ari Suzuki, and I'm co-chair of AFSCME Local 2428's Workforce Diversity Committee. We have Liz Bittner, who is the other co-chair of the committee, as well as two other members who wish to speak on this issue of anti-Black racism. And so I would like them to go first and then go after them. So if we could start with Meadow, that would be.
Okay. So who's going first?
Meadow.
Just so we make sure we bring everybody in the room. Okay, very good. All right, please proceed when you're ready.
Hi. You guys see me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. So my name is Meadow Darcy. I'm the chief steward of AFSCME Local 2428. And I am actually in a hotel room right now in Chico. My mom is in the hospital, and it's a lot of wait and see right now, but I'm still getting some work done and things like that while we see what's going on. But I bring that up because I want everyone to know that this is a very important issue to me, and as difficult as it is to remember what I was even doing today, I wanted to make sure to be here at this moment and make sure that I speak on this issue. I did send I forwarded the diversity committee's recommendations. They're knocking on my door for my Wi-Fi. Anyways, I did forward the recommendations from the Workforce Diversity Committee. Can you go get that door, please, Elijah? And I wanted to read my statement that I had included with that for the board. So one moment, please. Can you just wait one moment, please? Okay, sorry about that. My Wi-Fi's been down. Okay, so here we go. Our Workforce Diversity Committee has, good afternoon, President Corbett and Board of Directors. Our Workforce Diversity Committee has worked tirelessly the past 2 weeks, putting together a comprehensive resolution for your consideration. Last night, being last Wednesday night, we held a membership meeting and had record numbers of attendance. This was a special membership meeting. The attached resolution that I had given to the Board of Directors was passed with 90% of the attendees voting aye. We feel strongly that the district should take an assertive approach to the issues affecting our BIPOC employees. This includes very specific actions to be taken to dismantle a system that has continually traumatized our colleagues through inaction. We also believe it is important that the district participate in one of the most important actions in dismantling systemic racism, publicly acknowledging the district's checkered past of racism and sexism, including class action lawsuits brought about by labor groups. By having a resolution that paints a picture of history of a, quote, district for all, for 80+ years only further denies the reality of the racism and sexism that has existed and still exists at the district. We heard so many stories last Wednesday night of experienced and witnessed racism, as well as current examples that still fall on deaf ears. We must not let our colleagues down once again with empty, sweeping statements. We implore you to stand as a role model to other public agencies by acknowledging our failures to take action and our participation in the system that has oppressed so many. We cannot legitimately move forward or gain the trust of our Black, Indigenous people of color unless and until we do so. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And who will be speaking next?
President Corbett, Noah Miller has just entered the meeting. Did you want to take his comment now or continue with the union?
We'll take his comment after we hear from the folks that are sort of working together on this issue.
Okay, thank you.
This is Constance Taylor. I can go next.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody and Board of Directors. My name is Constance Taylor, and I have been working with the Workforce Diversity Committee to help draft the resolution for the board's consideration. I do appreciate the district's attempts to acknowledge the terror and anger that Black Americans face today and all days. However, it has become painfully clear that we lack the self-reflection and necessary education as an organization to consider the role that we have played in perpetuating systemic racism in our parks and work culture. I have seen this reflected in self-congratulatory statements on social media and in official statements that have been made ostensibly in support of Black Lives Matter. However, the tone of the district has been one that implies that our work eradicating systemic racism is done. We have nothing left to learn, and we certainly aren't part of the problem. So it does make me wonder how we are doing the hard, uncomfortable, and power-shifting work of unlearning white supremacy culture. By issuing only statements instead of committing to action, we're engaging in performative allyship, meaning surface level activism that allow us to pat ourselves on the back without actually doing anything. Performative allyship does not take personal responsibility and is more concerned with publicly looking good instead of privately doing good. I would like to see more actions such as making inclusion, diversity, equity, and accountability trainings mandatory for all staff, including management and public safety, on an annual basis at a minimum. I would like to see a commitment to hiring an outside equity consultant to overhaul our hiring, performance evaluation, and promotion processes. I would also like to see more institutional reflection that will lead to more thoughtful statements given to the public and to internal staff that include owning our mistakes, instead of ones that are more a combination of parks boosterism and panicky damage control. As a district, we must learn how to speak about racism, because how will we ever change something we don't even know how to talk about? Parks do not operate independently from the rest of society, and they will not truly be safe, welcoming spaces unless we truly understand how they have become unsafe and unwelcoming to begin with. In the words of public academic Rachel Cargill, unless the racism is addressed and eradicated in the places you are looking to make, quote, diverse, you are simply bringing people of color into violent and unsafe spaces. I do appreciate the board's attention to this, and I look forward to the day that our parks, in both our internal and external culture, will truly be safe and welcoming places for all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your comments.
Hello, board. This is Liz Bittner. I will be speaking next. Good afternoon, President Corbett and board members. I am Liz Bittner. I'm the co-chair along with Ari of the AFSCME 2428 Workforce Diversity Committee. And I will be reading the letter and resolution that was written by the Workforce Diversity Committee and sent to the board for your consideration. Dear board members, we want to take a moment to acknowledge that our Black colleagues and community members are going through an incredibly difficult time. The COVID-19 pandemic is disproportionately affecting Black communities, while the ongoing pandemic of anti-Black racism is even more visible through the recent viral videos of police murders and subsequent police repression during uprisings. We empathize and share collective rage regarding the systemic inequities and individual inaction that has led our country to this point. We have a lot to do, each of us individually, as the board, as a union, and as a park district. We need to approach this work with humility and self-reflection. We don't know all of the answers, and we have not always done the right thing to combat racism, but we do know that we are not doing enough to make things right. And while we feel a strong urgency to do this work, we must also remember that this is ongoing. Systemic racism will not be solved by attending a training or two. We need to expend less energy on trying to show how we have taken meritorious actions in the past, and instead put our time and effort into reflecting upon how our past actions and inactions have contributed to the current state of inequality in our nation and within our organization. This includes whitewashing our past, unequal employment and resource allocation within the district, and more. The general manager has stated that we provide safe, welcoming places, and it is going to take all of us to make this a reality. These are challenging and uncomfortable topics to address as an individual, even more so as a group. Discomfort, however, is a small price to pay for the ultimate goal of dismantling systems of oppression that have plagued our country since before its foundation. We urge each of you to use your moral courage to face these problems head on with us together. Signed, AFSCME 2428 members. And then that is followed by a quote. Not everything that is faced can be changed, but nothing can be changed until it is faced, by James Baldwin. And then the resolution language. Whereas this country was founded in white supremacy, his cis heteronormative colonial patriarchy, and the ingrained oppression of BIPOC, Black, Indigenous, and people of color, continues to this day. And whereas the East Bay Regional Park District recognizes its own history of racism and segregation, such as the segregated CCC camps in Tilden, as well as currently having vast discrepancies of racial demographics within our workforce that do not reflect the communities we serve. And whereas the East Bay Regional Park District supports the civil protests catalyzed by the recent murder of George Floyd, Ahmaud Arbery, Breonna Taylor, Tony McDade, Miles Hall, and Stephen Taylor, amongst many others over the last 401 years. And whereas the Black Lives Matter movement was born from the heinous murders against Black people in police custody, and whereas the district has institutional power and privilege that can be leveraged in support of anti-racist actions and Black solidarity, as the burden of anti-Black racism cannot be removed by Black people. And whereas we acknowledge that Christian Cooper, a Black birder in Central Park, was harassed by a white woman who endangered him with grave bodily harm by calling the police and falsely claiming that Mr. Cooper was threatening her, underscoring why Black people don't feel safe in public parks. And whereas there are many more such incidents happening all over the nation and in our parks, which are only coming to light because of video footage, and we understand that many more incidents are not being filmed nor being investigated and prosecuted adequately. And whereas the district acknowledges that Black transgender people are consistently targeted by police violence, as this resolution is being written in June during Pride Month, which commemorates the Stonewall riots, which were led by Black transgender people rising up against continual police brutality. And whereas it is important to have district staff, especially in all levels of management, reflect the true diversity of the communities we serve and acknowledge the glaring lack of Black people in management, especially Black men. And whereas the annual workforce diversity report shows we have had minimal success in achieving diversity of staff, except in seasonal positions, and that diversity declines as management levels increase. And whereas the board recognizes that racism and systemic racism are not political issues as defined by the Hatch Act, which the district has used as an excuse to remain silent. And whereas the board trusts staff to formulate messages and promote relevant content, such as Black Birders Week, in outlets such as social media, publications, and public programs on behalf of the district. And whereas the board honors the history of Black men and the creation of open spaces and parks, such as the Buffalo Soldiers who served as the first rangers for the country's national parks long before the creation of the National Park Service. Whereas the board affirms the goal of growing the diversity of staff within permanent positions and especially up through all levels of management. Therefore, the board affirms that Black Lives Matter. The board specifically addresses anti-Black racism and commits to speak out against systemic racism and violence towards Black people. The board directs all staff, including management and public safety, to complete a minimum of 1 implicit bias training by the end of 2020, with the commitment to annual trainings focused on IDEA, inclusion, diversity, equity, and accountability, issues such as mental health crisis and trauma-informed care. The board members commit to complete the same implicit bias training as staff by the end of 2020, with the commitment to annual trainings focused on IDEA. The board directs staff to hire an IDEA agency as a third party to help create ongoing training for all staff, including management, analyze organizational change over time, and identify the need to hire a dedicated equal employment opportunity officer. The board directs IDEA consultant and staff to study what barriers we currently have in recruitment, hiring, promotion, and retention, and to remove those barriers to create a welcoming workplace to attract BIPOC, specifically reaching out to Black Afrocentric organizations such as HBCUs, Black fraternities, and places of worship. The board directs IDEA consultant and staff to evaluate and make recommended changes to the background investigation process, including recognizing and addressing that criminal background investigations that disproportionately disqualify BIPOC, as they are often victims of racist interactions with law enforcement. The board directs staff to review the performance evaluation process using IDEA principles to identify and eliminate barriers and cultural bias. The board directs staff to provide resources on IDEA topics on OneDrive for individuals to educate themselves on work time and for staff meetings such as tailgate safety topics after supervisors are properly trained. The board will earmark funds to hire 2 to 3 community outreach coordinators who reflect the communities receiving our services, to be completed by the 2023 budget. The board directs staff to take action on these resolutions and commit to ongoing anti-racist work, including regularly scheduled meetings with the union and WDC specifically, and to report back to the rest of the board on our progress quarterly. And that's the end of the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your comments. And I believe, is Aries speaking next?
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon again, directors. This is Aries Suzuki again. So over this weekend, we polled our members and asked them to rank priorities and heard feedback from our members. So I implore you to commit to taking 3 steps now based on that feedback. Number 1, direct the district to implement mandatory implicit bias training for all staff, including management and the public safety staff by end of the year, with additional trainings every year. Number 2, direct the district to engage an organization that specializes in helping agencies implement inclusion, diversity, equity, and accountability, to review all practices within the district and have them report to a joint management board union team so that there is full transparency. And lastly, I want to ask that the tone of the resolution today be one of acknowledging the mistakes we have made in the past and admitting that we know there are problems now, and that we are listening and trying to learn and will absolutely take steps to not only combat racism, but to fully embrace anti-racism. Alluding in the resolution to how well the district feels it has done and is currently doing negates the whole message that we say we are committed to. I appreciate that the board is considering a resolution and speaking out publicly. I hope that we have a strong resolution that is adopted by the end of this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ari. I know we have one more public comment, but I believe, Sharon, one more public comment.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
One more. But I would like to pause here just for a moment. I think, well, obviously we cannot engage during public comments with a discussion time. I hope we will have more of a time to do that in the future. However, we can direct staff based on comments that are heard during public comments. And I would like to make a recommendation. From our employees, we've heard some very strong statements, and I believe very reasonable and requests that time has come for. And I would just like to recommend, and that the board feel free to weigh in, that we ask that management sits down with 2428 and comes up with an implementation plan addressing asks that we have heard today during public comments, including the resolution that was read to us. And I don't know if there's any objection to that, but I do believe that it is definitely the time to direct that these asks be addressed. That will give an opportunity for management and labor to discuss these asks and come back with an implementation plan to make sure we have action, because resolutions are very nice, but and important statements, but I really believe this is a time that we act and and move forward, as opposed to contemplating moving forward. So those are my thoughts. And if any board members would like to make any statement with regard to whether you would like to see this direction or would like to add to it, now is the time. Yes, Director Coffey, and
I
then
think
Director
it's
Rosario.
appropriate under the Brown Act that this be taken up under 2A when we actually discuss the resolution.
That's your opinion, and that's great. I think giving direction after public comments is allowed under the Brown Act in my reading.
No,
So-
there's no action item.
No. Ask Carol Victor.
Hi, I do think we are going to have an extensive conversation about this, Director Corbett, and which is, I believe, the public comment that the union just provided was directed towards this item on the agenda, but I think it's appropriate to pick it up when the full board, when we have that full discussion after there's been a general manager presentation on the item.
Well, I'm glad to state again that as a result of the public comments we've just heard, I am in support of directing staff and in 2428 to come up with an implementation plan based on what they have asked for. And I have never seen any problem with directing something after we've heard comments after public comments. So that's just my thought on it. And obviously we will have a further discussion under that item as well, but that's my thought. And, I hope that we can move forward in that way. That's my thought and my opinion. Yes, Director Rosario?
Oh, thank you. No, I agree with you, and as I would second that motion to ask our staff to meet with the union and work out the issues that were brought up. But I'm also looking forward to having a more further discussion after our resolution as well.
Any other hands up? Director Eccles?
Yeah, I also support the implementation plan. I think that it's important to act. And I look forward to having a full conversation about this further on in the agenda, but just wanted to express my support briefly in response to the comments.
Thank you very much. Any other comments? I'm sure we will hear a little later today on the work that has been done. There has been some very positive work done in the past by board members on the Workforce Diversity Committee to move towards hiring an IDEA consultant and to require implicit bias training. And I know that that is in the works, and I'm sure we will be hearing about that. But I want to just pause for a moment and thank the work that has been done already by Director Rosario and by our Director Whitney Dotson, who expressed his concern and urgency for this type of work probably even a year ago. So let's thank them and honor them for their work. All right, and if there's no other comments at this point, we do have one more public comment, and I'd like to ask the clerk to bring in the next speaker.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Mr. Noah Miller, you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. I was having some technical difficulties before. Thank you for letting me in. And good afternoon, board members. My name is Noah Miller. I was born and raised in the East Bay, and I've lived here all my life. I grew up going to the little farm, swimming in Lake Anza, taking part in gatherings, families and friends in Tilden. And I do have a lot of gratitude for the East Bay Regional Parks District. As a white person, I had the privilege of never feeling unwelcome in the parks or having to question my safety in them. However, I've been very disturbed by recent actions by the Park District that made it clear that the district has a lot of work to do to make the parks welcoming and safe to Black and Indigenous people. In the midst of the Black Lives Matter uprising of the last several weeks, East Bay Regional Parks used its social media presence to promote and applaud actions of its police department, including accompanying the fire department to a minor medical incident and a fire, and handing out masks to children. And let me break down why those posts were so troubling to me. First, defensively posting police propaganda in this moment, instead of messages affirming the suffering that the police have caused to Black and Indigenous people of color, is simply tone deaf and insensitive. It demonstrates a complete lack of understanding of the problems that have caused hundreds of thousands of people to take to the streets in recent weeks. And secondly, the specific examples in these posts lead us to the question, what are the police for? Do we need people with guns handing out face coverings in our parks? Why do we need police handling medical incidents or wildfires? This is exactly why there are widespread calls to defund police across the country. And I urge you to take up the same question with regard to the East Bay Regional Parks District Police. After a deluge of negative comments on these posts, some of them were taken down in the last couple of days. And I understand that response. However, what the effect of that was also to delete and hide a number of comments on those posts, including from some former Parks District interns who were describing their experiences with racial profiling by the East Bay Regional Parks Police Department. And so the deletion of those posts had the effect of silencing those voices at a time when in some other communications from the district, we're hearing that the district is listening to our concerns and wants to hear them. None of the negative comments received any response at all, and in fact ended up being deleted. So I wanted to bring that to your attention, and if the Park District is serious about listening to these concerns, I would urge you to personify that listening by perhaps creating an ombudsman type position or some other explicit process for handling these concerns about making the parks welcome and safe for Black and Indigenous people of color. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your comments.
At this time, are there any other speakers that would like to raise their hands and make a comment?
All right. Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We can now approve the agenda. Are there any items that people wish to remove from the agenda at this time? Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
Move.
Moved by Director Reeskamp, seconded by Director Lane. Please call the roll.
Thank you, President Corbett. Board Member Lane,
Here.
Board Member Waspy,
Aye.
Board Member Coffey,
Yes.
Board Member Rosario,
Yes.
Board Member Wieskamp,
Yes.
Board Member Eccles,
Aye.
and Board Member Corbett.
Aye. Unanimous
you.
adoption of the consent calendar, or excuse me, the agenda, pardon me. We're not there yet. So thank you very much. And the next item on the calendar, excuse me, on the agenda is our special update from the General Manager on the status of the East Bay Regional Park District's emergency during the COVID-19 pandemic. Hello, Mr. General Manager.
Good afternoon, Madam President, members of the board. We'll keep this very brief today. We have very important discussions of our resolution on the agenda today, so I'll keep this very short. I wanted to just continue to acknowledge the fine work of the staff, trying to keep our parks open and doing it well. I do believe we are doing a good job of being accessible during a very difficult time when people do not have other options. I also want to recognize that the Park District started working with medical centers and hospitals on Parks RX, park prescriptions, and on Healthy Parks, Healthy People long before the pandemic. And that established a great open communication with our doctors, nurses, and healthcare agencies. And we continue to meet weekly to make sure that, in fact, we are adhering absolutely to the health orders, and that we are not opening up any park or facility until we have the green light to do so from those agencies. We continue to promote very broadly mask wearing, which is very important as we continue to see a rise in infection rates across the nation and in California. So again, we want to be very clear that we're asking the public support to protect our staff and themselves and their neighbors by bringing a mask. And when you're near another group or person, that you wear that mask. We're seeing pushback from some people who don't believe they should be told to wear a mask. And we are not going to get in the middle of an argument over that and potentially put our staff in a position of unsafe conversation. But we really do believe that it is not that big of inconvenience, and that masks are very readily available. And as a courtesy and safety measure for everyone, that it's incredibly important that we continue to remind people that masks are an important way to stop the spread. We also are continuing our efforts on social distancing. We're getting pretty good reports from the field on people, once they're into the park, are doing a good job on that. But with the opening now of many businesses and restaurants and things throughout California, we're getting more people that think it's safer than it is. And we really want to continue to remind people that this virus is spreading. There have not been any quantifiable cases of people getting the virus from being outdoors, although everybody is very concerned about the public protests that may increase some level of virus, and we pray for everyone that they remain safe. This is a very important time for people to be able to speak out and speak out safely. The infection rate is 12 times higher in people who do not have a good metabolic health. That actually is the death rate, unfortunately, 12 times higher. So we continue to see that outdoor exercise, walking, riding a bike, all the activities we provide are essential for public health to help reduce the risk of a deadly infection like this one. So we're very happy that we have the communication channels to promote outdoor healthy activity for people to be and remain healthy. As the board is aware, we're seeing a lot of new people on our trails and in the parks that are taking advantage of what we provide, and that is very, very important. Really appreciate the effort of staff to make that accessibility, equitable and accessible for everyone. And I do want to also just say thank you to our operations staff who have again opened additional parks and facilities this week, and we will continue to follow the health orders to open even more. And so you will be seeing throughout the summer more opportunities, including picnicking in some areas restricted, potential of some swim areas being reopened, and potential of camping down the road. So we are working very hard to provide more access and to provide these places of comfort, of exercise, and of peace in our park system. And throughout this process, we really have tried to prioritize the openings. So in fact, they are equitable. If it is pretty obvious that when we open up large open space areas, that is more to the suburban and less populated areas, but we have made it a very high priority for our urban parks and for our urban trails along the bay to be open. So that is a strategic effort. It's not a public relations effort. It is a strategic effort to make sure we're balancing out accessibility to our parklands. And I really want to thank Jim O'Connor and the entire operations team for looking at that so that we are opening areas. We just opened more areas at Martin Luther King Shoreline and places like that, so people have access in the more urban areas when they really need it. So thank you to the staff, and that includes the union who have helped by making these places accessible, making them ready, and supporting our ability to provide more access in the most equitable way we can within the limits of this health order and of our ability to staff them. So that's my update today, and I appreciate everyone's sincere efforts and concerns and thoughts of what's going on, and they are there as a sincere effort, although perhaps imperfect in many ways, to try to respond as best we can to what's going on around us and to make this park district the great park district that it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. GM. Director Lane.
In reading some of the health orders, it looks to me like Alameda and Contra Costa County are doing things a little differently, particularly in looking at, I guess it was picnics that I saw. So how are we addressing it, you know, as a agency that covers the whole East Bay when one county is saying one thing and one another?
Yes, Director Lane, the reason for that is that the increases in the virus in Alameda County are greater than Contra Costa County. Contra Costa County is also going up, but not at the rate that Alameda County was. We discussed that this week and last week with the health departments, and I believe you'll see very soon that Alameda and Contra Costa will be on the same page. And with our effort, along with other park agencies, we are working with them. And again, I want to thank our representative on the EOC, both Alan Love and Alice Kinner, to continue to pursue those questions. But I believe you'll see very soon that it will be much, much closer. It's just the rates of infection and hospitalization have increased differently. And so counties have to respond to that crisis, to that issue. And we're secondary to that. And so, but we're having very good discussions with them about getting back to in sync. And I think you'll find that to be true very soon.
Thank you.
Any other questions of the GM? I have a quick question. I was not aware that we were giving out face masks. So are we doing that across the district, or can you tell us more about that?
I don't have the numbers. I know that both the foundation has been providing masks to us to provide people masks if they're not wearing them where we are accessible, where our staff is out there. And it is not just public safety. So I can get you more information on that. But I think it's an effort to encourage people to wear a mask.
And is it do we think it's across the district or just certain parks?
I don't know the numbers. I don't want to put any staff on the spot today because I wasn't aware of the question until today, until we received that comment. But we'll report back to the board very quickly on that matter.
Okay, I think it's a great idea. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments, questions of the GM? Okay, the next item with regard to the GM for comment is the East Contra Costa County update.
Good afternoon, this is Jeff Rasmussen, and these are certainly unprecedented times. But in a normal year or normal situation, the board and the public would all be out at Big Break Visitor Center and sort of celebrating or thanking the people of East County and recognizing some of the great work we've done out there. So with that, I will give you a presentation of some of the project accomplishments and upcoming projects in East County. So can everybody see the screen okay?
Sure.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm Jeff Rasmussen, Assistant Finance Officer. And the first project to talk about in East County is the Bay Point wetland restoration and public access project. This is a 69-acre wetland and access project. It's $5.2 million funded by over 6 grants from agencies like the Delta Conservancy, Contra Costa County, State Parks, Land and Water Conservation Fund from the national program, as well as the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation. And it also does include money from Measure AA and WW. Surprising, this project expected to be done by the end of the month, and then it'll be after that it'll be open to when the operations and when the park district is ready to open it up, given the current circumstances. The next project is the Goslin-Roslins land acquisition and access project. This project cost $386,000 and is funded by WW and the Altamont landfill grant. And this is in our new Doolin Canyon Park. Next project is the Olesen-Duke acquisition in Deer Valley. And this project cost about $1.2 million, and it's funded by the HCP, WW, and mitigation funds from the Next Era Wind Turbine Mitigation Fund. Another acquisition project in East County is in Morgan Territory is the Bloching property, 3.2 acres. And this is funded through the HCP and some of our few remaining AA funds, Measure AA funds. So other projects in East County is, and I know the board saw this picture of this great Markley Creek crossing on the right here at the board workshops on last Friday, but the Maintenance and Skilled Trades Department completed over $500,000 of paving on the Delta De Anza Trail, funded by Measure J funds, as well as our major infrastructure renovation and replacement. Also, operations have been working extremely hard on grazing improvements out in East County. Last year, they spent over $339,000 on a wide variety of grazing improvements funded from a variety of sources, including WW, those are safety and security funds, HCP funds. They had a grant from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, as well as funds from the East Contra Costa County Lighting and Landscape District. Operations is doing a wonderful job out there, getting lots of work done. Recently completed project is the storage shed out. This is right out next to the visitor center out at Big Break, and it's nearly complete. And this project cost $277,000. Another recently completed project is pavement maintenance out at the Roddy Golf Course. Working to make this park ready to open when the land use planning and other improvements have been made. This project cost $114,000 and was funded with East County Landscaping Lighting District funds, as well as major infrastructure renovation and replacement funds. Now we're moving on to planned projects. Projects planned to happen either the second half of 2020 or maybe early 2021. So there are 3 ponds out in Black Diamond Mines that were damaged in 2017. So FEMA is funding most of this project. The repair of these 3 ponds is expected to cost $478,000, but the district will be required to put in a 6.25% match for the repair of those 3 ponds. Another planned project out in East County is repair of the swim lagoon. This is a $725,000 project to be funded by major infrastructure funds. And then another project planned for Contra Loma is the lake improvements. This includes replacement or upgrading of restrooms from chemical toilets to disabled accessible vault restrooms, ADA pathways and parking, as well as replacement of 2 fishing piers out there. This work will begin this year, but will need to continue next year due to long lead times for purchasing the dock pieces and those kinds of things. This is funded by grants from the US Bureau of Reclamation, a grant from the Wildlife Conservation Board, as well as major infrastructure funds. And then our final planned project is trail access to Delta access from the Orwood Bridge. This is the Delta access parcel, and the district is working with the county to build a trail access along the edge of this county road here to provide access from the Orwood Bridge out to our new Delta Access Park. And then moving on to WW local grant, we only have one project to talk to and announce as a new project. This was recently approved by the board, $88,000 of funds, WW local grant funds to the town of Discovery Bay for a tennis court renovation. And then briefly, I thought I'd just go through, not to forget that we have done a lot of work. WW has funded a lot of projects in East County. So these are previously completed earlier on in the program, such as $1.2 million for the Ambrose Pool, $919,000 for this sports fields in Pittsburgh, Brentwood, $190,000 for the bocce courts, and $253,000 for the tennis court lighting. And then the district contributed over $405,000 to Pacific Park in Oakley. And then finally, an example of the district contributed $82,000 to this playground in Antioch. And with that, I will end my presentation and take any questions.
Thank you very much, Jeff. Are there any questions or comments on the East County report? Director Lane?
Well, I just want to say I'm really pleased Bay Point is moving along, and hope we will be able to open it next month because it's looking very good. Thank you, Jeff.
And thanks to Chris Barton and the ASD team for getting a wonderful project done.
All right. Anything else? All right. I would just say, I'm sure we're all sad we're not out at the beautiful facility out in East County as we normally are this time of year. We miss it. We miss all of you out there. Sorry we can't be with you out there. And I'm sure we all miss the fresh corn on the cob. You know what I'm talking about. All right, thank you all very much. All right, our next item on the agenda is the consent calendar. Are there any items members wish to remove? Seeing none, a motion on the consent calendar is in order.
So moved.
Moved by Director Waspy, second by Director Rosario. All those, please call the roll on the consent calendar.
Thank you, Madam President. Board Member Lane. Board Member Waspy, she said yes.
Aye.
Board Member Coffey.
Aye.
Board Member Rosario.
Aye.
Board Member Wieskamp.
Aye.
Board Member Eccles.
Aye.
And Board Member Corbett.
Aye. Unanimous adoption of the consent calendar. The next item before us is the resolution of the East Bay Regional Park District denouncing racism, standing in solidarity with Black Americans and all people of color. I believe that report is by Dr. Ana Alvarez and Carol Victor, and our GM, or excuse me, our General Counsel, Carol Victor. So please, please introduce yourself.
Thank you, Director Corbett. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a beautiful day to contribute to the mission of the East Bay Regional Park District. Deputy General Manager, Dr. Ana Alvarez. At the June 2nd meeting of the Board of Directors, the board directed the General Manager to bring forward a resolution denouncing racism and standing in solidarity with Black people and all people of color. And as a way of background, the Black Lives Matter movement began in 2013 in response to the acquittal of Trayvon Martin's killer and the most recent unjust killings of Ahmaud Arbery, who was jogging, George Floyd, who was shopping at a store, and Miss Breonna Taylor, who was sleeping in her home, along with the case of Christian Cooper, a birder in New York Central Park, have rightfully stirred grief, anger, and outrage across the nation. These are among the many violent actions taken against Black people and have brought to light, yet again, the systemic racial injustice impacting Black, Indigenous, and all people of color, BIPOC, throughout our communities. As a public agency, the East Bay Regional Park District has a duty and an obligation to condemn racism and uphold the Constitution of the United States. Our park district values affirm our commitment to respect each other, the park visitors we serve, and the land we steward. We understand that there's a very real connection between the history of racism and exclusion in the conservation movement and environmental organizations, and we are no exception. The Park District also shares the fundamental responsibility to contribute to the quality of life of the community it serves by stewarding public lands where every person can find respite, reconnect with nature, recreate, and learn. It is also true that our police department's work truly embodies the spirit of safety, service, and stewardship, where our officers support our work to protect the flora, the fauna, and not just respond to felonies. The Park District is actively and humbly listening. We are committed to learning from all of the voices of our communities. We pledge, including our employees, and we pledge to take additional actions as we seek to do better by all. The board's resolution is meant to embrace the sentiment and the spirit of the board's deliberation at its June 2nd meeting. It sets the table for staff to develop and implement an action plan in partnership with organized labor in response to the board's policy statement, which derives primarily from the work of the board's Diversity Workforce Committee that has mostly been mentioned already as part of ASME Local 2428's public comment. Understanding that there are additional voices that can contribute to the resolution's language, District Council will assist us in capturing any language changes at the will of the board as part of the board deliberation as you consider the resolution in front of you. Madam President, I was not planning on reading the resolution unless this is something that you require us to do.
What is the pleasure of the board? Shall we hear the resolution be read? Director Rosario?
Yeah, I think it's important to have the public hear the resolution.
Okay, thank you, Director Rosario. So with that, I would like to invite Kip to join me. I think it's important that our people person of the organization have a voice in these matters as well. So if Kip, if you don't mind, and I apologize if you can, please join us. You do such beautiful readings.
Welcome, Kip.
Thanks very much. Give me just a second to pull it up on my screen.
You're muted.
We need to hear you.
Kip, you're muted.
Okay, here goes.
There we go.
So I'll read the full text of the resolution.
Please, thank you.
Okay, thank you. June 16th, 2020. Resolution of the East Bay Regional Park District denouncing racism and standing in solidarity with Black people and all people of color. Whereas communities throughout the country are hurt, in pain, angry, and outraged over the ongoing epidemic of racism, racial injustice, inequity, and violence against Black people and all people of color. And whereas this pain is intensified by the unjust killings of George Floyd, Ahmaud Arbery, and Breonna Taylor, who are just the most recent among the unacceptable number of Black people whose lives have been unjustly taken. And whereas Black people and other people of color face daily danger in outdoor spaces where they are subjected to unwarranted suspicion, confrontation, and violence, such as the recent incident in New York Central Park involving Christian Cooper, an avid birder and a Black man. And whereas the nation and the world are in the midst of an unprecedented and devastating COVID-19 pandemic that has disproportionately impacted Black people and other people of color, with millions unemployed and over 100,000 lives lost in just a few months. And whereas the COVID-19 pandemic also generated a wave of unacceptable hate crimes, harassment, and discrimination against Asian people. And whereas the Park District believes every person deserves the right to feel safe and welcome in our organization, in our parks, and on our public lands. And whereas for 86 years, the Park District has been stewarding public park lands and open spaces as places of respite for all people, with a vision to forever provide opportunities for growing and diverse community to experience nature nearby. And whereas the Park District has declared our organizational values, the first of which is respect, and is expressed through our mission by honoring each other, the park visitors we serve, and the land we steward. And whereas the Park District is committed to learning and changing to ensure our parks and trails are safe and welcoming to East Bay communities and all who choose to visit. And whereas the Park District acknowledges more work must be done and is committed to be a part of the necessary change for a just society. And whereas the Park District commits that the officers who comprise our sworn Public Safety Division must continue to show honor, compassion, and the qualities of character that support equal justice for all. And whereas the Park District's Public Safety Division moved immediately to eliminate the use of the carotid restraint and is committed to further reviewing its policies. And whereas the Park District commits that our entire public service workforce must embrace a culture of belonging and an inclusive organization by building bridges toward one another and creating bonds of connection from shared identity, empathy, and understanding. And whereas the Park District will ensure our workforce reflects the communities we serve and will recruit, hire, and retain competitive talent from park industry professionals of color. And whereas now is the time for us to listen, learn, and act as we stand in solidarity with the people and communities who are most affected by centuries of systemic racism and inequality that harm Black lives today. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Directors and the East Bay Regional Park District hereby denounce racism and stand in solidarity with Black people. And now, therefore, be it further resolved that the Board of Directors and the East Bay Regional Park District condemn the senseless killing of George Floyd as a result of actions and inaction by the Minneapolis police officers on May 25th, 2020. And now, therefore, be it further resolved that the Board of Directors and the East Bay Regional Park District honor Black, Indigenous, and people of color who contribute to our mission. And be it further resolved that the Board of Directors and the East Bay Regional Park District commit to ensuring safe and welcoming outdoor spaces for Black, Indigenous, and people of color, free of racism, discrimination, and threats of violence. And be it further resolved that the general manager is hereby authorized and directed on behalf of the Park District and in its name to execute and deliver such documents and to do such acts as may be deemed necessary or appropriate to accomplish the intentions of this resolution.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kip.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Kip. Appreciate that. I think it was important to have that read. Thank you, Director Rosario. Members, I'm going to open it up for comments unless, pardon me, Dr. Alvarez, do you have any other comments before we open it up to the board?
No, that concludes the presentation.
Thank you very much. So now is the time to discuss the resolution. I'd like to make a quick comment though. I think that resolutions are important. They are statements of vision and policy, and but what I am most concerned about at this moment in time is that we not only act, but we show our employees that we have heard what they have said and that we want to make sure that we put their concerns into action. This is why I spoke earlier, Brown Act or no Brown Act, now is the time to act. So the resolution is wonderful. You know, it has probably some places where it can be amended. I'm sure we'll hear some comments on that. But for me, I hope we don't leave today's meeting without a firm commitment to make sure that we sit down with our employees and we come up with an implementation plan to truly act on these items. I do recognize that there has work that's already been done, and I appreciate those who have been involved with our board Workforce Diversity Committee, Director Rosario and Director Whitney Dotson. And I also appreciate the work of Dr. Ana Alvarez and Kip Walsh, who have also been part of that process. So thank you for that. So the resolution, we will discuss that, but my position is the same as stated earlier in this meeting. I very strongly hope that we have an opportunity to move forward and direct staff to put together an implementation plan. I think, you know, we owe it to our employees to show we're going to do something and not just talk about it. So, and I know, I'm sorry if that sounds harsh. I know that my colleagues on the board feel very strongly about this too. So I'm just expressing my personal feelings. So would anybody like to start the discussion with regard to the resolution? Any comments on this?
I have a question.
Yes, go ahead.
I'm wondering if we have any more public comment, because ordinarily I think we benefit from hearing public comment on the item before we take it up ourselves. We took 4 or 5 speakers sort of out of order earlier, but maybe we have more public comment.
Director Coffey, I stay in contact with the clerk on these items by this, and I haven't heard that we have any other comments. Do we have any other comments?
Okay, I just wanted
Madam Clerk?
to
Thank you. I just want to ask, someone just entered the meeting. Janet, do you have a public comment under this item?
No, thank you.
Okay. No, there are no public comments at this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sharon. Director Rosario?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to acknowledge the work that the Workforce Diversity Committee has done to date. Thank you to the members of the ASME 2428 in their participation, but I also, and I know that we were scheduled to have a unconscious or unbiased training this year, and it was interrupted by the pandemic. So I'm hoping that continues. But I agree with President Corbett that this is a time to act, and I think us asking our staff to actually do an implementation together with ASME 2428 and to include the POA is warranted. Just a moment of history to acknowledge our history. Back in 1972, the union, along with a coalition of women's groups, had sued the Park District to hire women and minorities. And that as a result of that, the Park District was under a consent decree. And that consent decree was in place until the passage of Proposition 209 in 1996. And I myself got hired under that consent decree, and I joined my fellow minorities and women and celebrate with them our opportunities. And I stand before you as proof that we need the opportunity, and we have the opportunity. When given the opportunity, we can succeed. And I think the idea of having an inclusive diversity, equity, and accountability, either staff person or consultant, whichever implementation committee would agree to, I think is also warranted to track how we are doing. Our HR staff is wonderful and they're committed, but I wonder about bandwidth that they can handle to do this particular kind of tracking. And just as a kind of anecdotal, as a supervisor at Redwood Regional Park, I had the occasion to take a phone call from a citizen, and that person was calling in to say that there were some suspicious people walking in the park. And my question was, why are they suspicious? And this is, well, they're not wearing the right clothes. And I said, so? And then they're not from around here. So? And I said, so are they persons of color? And they said, well, yeah, I think they're Mexican. So I said, so? And so to me, this kind of embodies what we're talking about when people of color come to a park and then the white people assume that they don't belong there. And another anecdotal story, one of the joys of my career as a park supervisor was when I ran into Ari Suzuki before she was an employee at the Park District. She was leading a group of young women of color in the park. And I had to stop my truck, get out of my truck, and I just was overcome with joy, really, and wanted to congratulate them for being in the park and hoping that they would bring their parents and their siblings and their families. And so those are two different sides of the coin, but those are the things that we're facing today. We're finally, we need to look at where we came from. We need to see what we're doing now. I know as a result of that consent decree, we were on our way, and then after Proposition 209, we started to lose our numbers in the people of color that we hired, and I think it's unfortunate that it took the tragedies over this time to bring us here, but I agree it's time to act, and I hope that everyone agrees with that, and that we should move forward together. And I think it's incredibly important to move forward together. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Rosario, and thank you for sharing that history with us. One thing that I've really been sort of unnerved about is learning that there's parts of East Bay Regional Parks District history that I know nothing of as a board member. And I do hope as part of our moving forward and healing in this district, we will have the opportunity to learn more about our history so we can move forward. I think that's really important. And speaking of someone who cares very much about history, Director Lane.
Hi, thank you. I appreciate your giving us that background too, Dee, and I have relished the times when I have been on the diversity committee. I also heard a few stories about challenges that women rangers, the first women rangers to be hired in the district, confronted. And I want to say how much I admire them for continuing to stay with the district and to accomplish what they did. And then I also noticed that we have all women speaking on behalf of AFSCME, which I find very gratifying too. So, and I've looked at this resolution and clearly it looks like a committee put it together. And I am really resistant to doing very much wordsmithing with it. But I do have two suggestions. And one is that when we talk, especially after hearing from AFSCME today and having read their suggestions, then that when we talk about the second to the last resolved, ensuring safe and welcoming outdoor spaces for our public, I think we should add a sentence there that indicates what we would like to see happen with our staff. And we have talked generally throughout the resolution about our vision and what we have put in our master plan. But I think someone could come up with a sentence that would indicate our resolve to support diversity in our staff at all levels. I think that would be a helpful thing for the resolution. Then my second suggestion is that we take a look at the very last resolved. And I sent that to this suggestion to Carol Victor. And that was that we do something with the final resolve that's a little more direct than what we have right now, and that it indicate the intent of the board. And what I suggested was this would be just the start, and then you'll see there are other things you can certainly add. It was, be it therefore resolved that the board authorizes and directs the general manager to act in support of this resolution, beginning with these initial actions. And then I think we could put what we see as important for our initial actions. And one of them could certainly respond to what AFSCME has asked. And I also wanted to, well, I had something about training, but I also wanted to list as an initial action, provide in-depth information to the board and the public about the current and future training and qualifications of our police. So I think because there's been such an emphasis on police, that it would be important for all 7 of us to get, I think Colin suggested this, for us to have a special segment of a regular meeting or a special meeting to review what our training is now for our police and what the things they have listed as what their goals are in several places already. So that's my general reaction. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director Lane. Director Wieskamp.
You're muted.
Director Lane, please, Director Wieskamp, please hit your, mute. Thank you. There you go.
Okay.
You're good.
Am I on now?
Yes, you are.
Okay, good. Last year, I had the opportunity for conversations with Lieutenant Joe Kocher of our police department. And these conversations were all about recruitment and the hiring process for our police officers. And I felt I learned a lot from that. And I asked that the board have an opportunity to hear about this program. And I talked to the chief and they had moved forward with that. But like many other things, they were going to come before us in a manager's report, but the virus came and that was lost. I think it's very important for us to know about the recruitment and how we go about diversity, whether it's for women, for people of color, the indigenous, all the things we do in recruitment, because that's where our officers are chosen. And we need to know about that process. That's the first part. I don't know how many of you have had the opportunity to look at some suggestions that have been come down from our state attorney general. It's advised to adopt 9 key reforms. I don't know if Chief, our police chief here today, Cibro,
he's online.
Okay, then I think it would be good to have his reactions, because to me, these seem to be 9 sensible key reforms that I think our community police, it would be good for them to adopt if at all possible. And my inclination, I believe that he would like to do that, but I'd like to hear from him. And I think it's important for us to hear from the Police Officers Association too. I've been involved with the police departments for a long time. I used to serve on the city of Livermore's police, and I knew our police quite well. I think we need to hear from them and what changes have been made and what changes they want to make and they need to make. We all know that. But I think hearing from the chief would be helpful for us today, and maybe adding something to this resolution.
So I'm just going to throw in my 2 cents on this. I very much would like to hear from the chief as well. I think maybe we should hear about other items people may want to amend into the resolution first, because I see this as a very important discussion as well, standing on its own.
Absolutely.
And is that okay, Anne, if maybe we put this aside just for a moment and then come back to it?
Before we're done, I want everybody to have heard, if they have not seen, the proposed 9 key reforms, because I think they're important.
I would just mention that the board did receive a letter from our police association condemning the murder of George Floyd and condemning the actions of the police officers in Minneapolis, with a very strong commitment towards making sure our process and procedures are ones that respect all in our local community. And I think that is a very important and welcomed communication we have received from our police association. And I know we have all received it. I have had an opportunity to speak to the president of the police association and did ask him if he would be part of future discussions that we had with regard to reviewing policy and procedure. And I do think that that's a very, very important thing for us to discuss today as well. But perhaps we can finish the rest of the resolution and maybe come back to that and discuss how we address that. Does that sound good to Chief Chaburo? Chief Chaburo?
Yes, good afternoon, Madam President and Board of Directors. I am prepared to talk about the 9 suggestions coming from the Chief Law Enforcement Officer in the state. That's our Attorney General.
Okay, So how about if we finish up the resolution and then we come back and have a discussion on that? Does that sound good, board members?
Fine.
Thank you very much, Anne. Very important. Very important. Director Eccles?
Hi, thank you. Thank you very much. I want to very much thank the AFSCME 2428 Diversity Committee for all of your hard work, along with both the letter and draft resolution you put forward really resonated with me. I also want to thank staff who prepared the draft resolution that's before the board in the board packet, and also appreciate the comments that we received by the Police Association. I strongly agree that the time to act is now, and I appreciate what the board chair and Director Rosario were saying about let's not get bogged down in the resolution. I also believe that the resolution is a policy statement, and so I want to make sure that some of the issues that were addressed in the AFSCME comments are at least addressed at a very high level in the resolution. And I did have quite a few edits. I've been scaling them back as I've listened to this conversation so that we can keep things moving. But I did, you know, as I read the materials that AFSCME 2428 sent out on Friday, and also the very powerful presentations that we heard today, I am very concerned about the park staff who have experienced or are continuing to experience racism, sexism, homophobia. It's clear that there are people who are hurting, and it's our responsibility to listen closely, to hear them and act on their concerns. And we must ensure that each of our employees, each person that we come in contact feels seen, heard, and supported. And so I think it's really important for us to acknowledge our history, both good and bad, and to address any past wrongs. And really appreciate Director Rosario being able to provide some history and some context and insights into why that is so incredibly important. You know, even the best intentioned organizations are not without systemic racism and individuals who consciously or unconsciously act in a discriminatory way. So but that makes it all the more reason why we really have to dig in, and it's our responsibility as leaders to root out and address racism and unconscious bias and systems and policies that prevent African-American employees and other people of color to realize their full potential. And I fully support the requests that the AFSCME 2428 representatives made. And it sounds like they really boil down to three things. One is training for all employees, management, and board members. And of course, I acknowledge here the work that Dr. Ana Alvarez and Kip Walsh have done. But I do think that it would help all of us to participate in the training. I also think it's important to hire an IDEA agency to identify and eliminate barriers and cultural bias. And then finally, as I've already said, to acknowledge past and ongoing racism and act to address these wrongs. And so with that, as I said, I'm going to scale back the edits that I'd initially planned to provide, but I do think there are a few that are important, I think, at a high level. And one is to add a resolve, something to the effect that be it further resolved that the Board of Directors and the East Bay Regional Park District identify, acknowledge, and address racism, unconscious bias, and the systems and policies that prevent African-American employees and other people of color from realizing their full potential. So I would encourage us to add that. I would add that actually after the resolve that ends in mission. I think that may address some of Beverly's concerns as well, but I'll leave that to her to say. I also think, I heard what the AFSCME representative said loud and clear what they said about the need to acknowledge past wrongs. And so I think we can further highlight that by perhaps adding in the fifth whereas on page, I guess it's page 100. But basically where it says, now is the time, right now it reads, now is the time for us to listen, learn, and act. But if we said, whereas now is the time to acknowledge past wrongs and for us to listen, learn, and act as we stand in solidarity with the people and communities who are most affected by centuries of systemic racism and inequality that harm lives today, I think that could help address that point. There were just a couple other, and again, I'm not giving you all of my comments, but there were a couple other places where I thought maybe in the interest of clarity, we could make a few changes. And one being, we say in the second, whereas an unacceptable number of Black people's lives, and then we're talking about lives lost. And I know this is not intentional, but for me, it's intentional in the wording, but no number is acceptable. No number of lost lives or murders are acceptable. So I think we should say something like many other Black people whose lives have been lost instead, something to that effect. And another sort of factual clarity that I think we should add is where it says, we're talking about COVID and we say over 100,000 lives lost. I think we should clarify 100,000 lives lost in the United States, because it's actually 400,000 or more than 400,000 around there globally. And then, I think I'll be okay leaving it there. And then perhaps, I don't know, Ellen, I'll leave it to you in terms of what you think of whether we should specifically add the implementation plan into the final resolve. That might be one way to address specifically the training and the IDEA. If we said, if the board of directors directed Park District staff to work with ASME 248 to develop and implement a plan to address the issues or something to that effect. So that's just, those are my suggestions.
Thank you. Thank you very much for those suggestions. And I agree with you. I'm very clear though. It's fine with adding an action clause to the resolution, but I'm very interested in the board making a clear and separate statement from the resolution that we're going to be acting on the asks that AFSCME has brought to us today, including the hiring of the IDEA consultant, looking at our hiring practices, requiring annual training of everyone. So those are the kinds of things I'm looking at, and obviously asking for an implementation plan. So for me, I'd like to see both. So I just want to be clear about that. But thank you very much for your suggestions. Who would like to speak next? Director Coffey?
Yeah, so let me piggyback on that, because I've been listening to my colleagues here and thinking about what I wanted to do. And what I wanted to do was simply take the 11 action items in the Diversity Committee's proposed resolution. And these are all the actions that come after therefore, right? In the way these resolutions work. Before that are whereas recitals. So they have therefore and followed by 11 bullet points with action items. And I was simply going to say, let's adopt those 11 items in what we've referred to, Director Ling referred to, you've referred to as an implementation or action item in our own resolution. But I have one reservation. I'm not sure about the action item calling for the hiring of 2 or 3 more community outreach coordinators, because I'd rather that come from within the department and work its way up to us to suggest what improvements could be made with that particular budget item. But otherwise, I would be simply for adopting those 11 points. What I'm wondering, and I'll defer to you as president of the board, because you've raised both possibilities. We could just add those changes along with the changes that Director Lane and Director Eccles have suggested. Or from what I'm hearing from you, Ellen, is it might be better to just adopt our resolution, maybe with some of these changes, but adopt a separate motion that you might make to describe the action items you want management to work with us and study to implement. And that would do it for me, because we would be including those 11 action items that ASME has suggested. So I'll just throw that thought out to you.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll have some more discussion on whether to put it in the resolution or have a direct action. I won't repeat what I've said. I still feel the same way, but thank you for that. That covers it. Yes, Director Lane.
Yes, I would just like to say that the amendments that Elizabeth suggested to me are good ones, and to put the information addressing staff after the one that says mission, I think is a really good place to put it. I've read over the ASME suggested resolution and the message and listened to them, and that's more information than I'd like to see in this particular resolution. So I'm happy to say something at the end of the resolution which talks about saying implementation internally and discussions with the union management and police association. But I think I'd prefer that you just have a separate resolution on the 8 points, separate from the resolution itself. Does that make sense?
Yes, it makes complete sense. And I'm going to throw it back to the board in just a second, but I do want to ask you, Director Lane, are you then supportive of directing staff to sit down with labor for an implementation plan that would include a discussion of the 11 items mentioned in the resolution, the AFSCME resolution, separate from our resolution?
But I don't think I want to really add it to this existing resolution, which I think is at a little more general level.
Yes, thank you. I'll ask you one more question because you broke up just a little bit. So you don't want to see them listed in this resolution, but you would be supportive of them, of a statement of direction by this board to look at in an implementation plan?
Well, we could perhaps do one sentence in and then do a separate motion that's more detailed.
That's what I'm suggesting. So we would have a motion on an implementation plan and we'd have a motion on the resolution.
Yes.
Does that sound good? Okay, very good.
Yeah.
Okay, so and Colin agrees. You're okay with that, Colin? Okay. All right. I'm looking around to see if there's more hands. I just hang on just a second. Does any other board member want to weigh in before Director Alvarez? Sorry, Dr. Alvarez. Director Waspy?
Thank you. Well, I definitely support this resolution that's proposed. I support the board, after listening to ASME, providing some direction on our own. I fully support training for everyone, including myself and my fellow board members. I look forward to that. I'd like a little more information about hiring IDEA consultant before we make that decision. And I assume we keep talking about, we get the union and management together to discuss the suggestions of the union. But I hope I'd like to get some more information on that. I tend to agree with Director Coffey. I don't need I'm interested. I'd like to see the reasoning behind hiring 2 to 3 community outreach coordinators. I think that Mona Coe and her staff have done an incredible job of reaching out. I think the Human Resources Department has done an incredible job of reaching out to diverse communities. And I'd like to know what more could be added by hiring 3 more people. I agree that we should acknowledge our past, but I'd like to think of the whole history of what we've done in the Park District. Having served and worked for the Park District for 45 years, I do believe what was said in the original resolution that's before us today, that we do respect each other. We do respect the park visitors that we serve and the land we steward. I would like to hear more specifics of what we're doing incorrectly so that we can do better. But I really would like some more specifics. And I'll support anything we can do to improve ourselves.
Thank you very much, Director Waspy. I just want to add a couple of points in answering your request. And I think Dr. Alvarez may want to give us an update on some work that has already been done towards an IDEA consultant. So I'll let her speak to that. I think that a way to address the, it sounds like we may have not total agreement on the 11 items, but I would like to suggest that when we do make a motion in directing the staff, this is separate from the resolution, that we add the list and we then direct, putting together an implementation plan that will allow for thorough discussion between AFSCME and management to give their pros and cons and information, educated information, informed information about the needs for all of these various items. And then they will come back to the board with that implementation plan. So that will allow for the discussion about the things that you have raised between our management staff, who we charge with such things, and our labor staff, who have come to us and requested that we act on these items. Does that sound good?
Well, we definitely need to have HR totally involved in that.
Yes, absolutely. And that's their job, that's their work, and we can send them off to look at all of the items and have a very good, thorough, and strong discussion. I think that's what is being asked. And we have, can I go to Dr. Alvarez first, or do you need to weigh in? Dr. Alvarez, did you want to comment on IDEA and answer Director Waspy's question?
Yes, thank you, President Corbett. We have been working diligently with the Workforce Diversity Committee, which includes the participation of former Director Dodson, as well as Director Rosario. And as part of that work, over the course of about a year, we had the opportunity to visit organizations where they are far along implementing strategies and actions, and where you bring in the issue of accountability. And so we had a visit with Berkeley Labs, where we understood a little bit more about the discipline. And it is really a professional discipline to be able to do culture change, because it's more than training. It's about creating a growth mindset, and it's about having a systemic approach with concrete actions that will get us that more equitable park district for all employees. AFSCME Local 2428, the Police Association, and the unrepresented employees, including management. So we had had conversations with our general manager about the need to bring in a consultant to help us start doing an assessment of what's of the practices that we have in place, and to develop specific strategies that not only speak to, not so much about best practices, but speaks to evidence-based solutions, which is a little bit a different approach, because it takes into consideration the norms and the culture of the park district. And yes, we're very unique in so many ways, and we've done so much together. And so it requires a very thoughtful approach that doesn't throw the baby with the bathwater. That's the best thing that I can tell you. So Kip can speak more to the groundwork that we've done in getting ready to identify the right partners, the right thought partner to do this work. And I will ask her if, with your concurrence, Ellen, if she can speak a little bit of the work. Absolutely. But I just want to say thank you to the board because to allow us an opportunity to go back with our organized labor partners to give us a little bit more space and time to do this work. It's very important work, and it's these are very complex issues. But rest assured that we have heard you, and we will definitely be focused on ensuring accountability to operationalize impactful strategies. And we do humbly acknowledge that much remains to be done, and believe that in partnering with organized labor, both ACSME, Local 2428, and the Police Association, that together we can create a culture of belonging. And for that, to give you a little bit more background, to show you the good work that has been done in partnership with organized labor, I'm going to invite Kip to please share with us a little bit of the groundwork and in the thinking behind hiring an IDEA consultant. Kip?
Thank you. Director Walsh, do I get to call you Director of HR?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good afternoon again. So I'll keep this very brief, but I do want to just comment a little bit that we, part of what we're planning is to work in partnership with the Workforce Diversity Committee to request some mid-year funding to support diversity, equity, and inclusion work, which is how it's more commonly referred to in the market, and to focus on that work with the Park District, and the general manager has already shared his support of that. And we'll be building on what we heard from staff throughout the district through focus groups that we conducted over the past year, again, in partnership with the Workforce Diversity Committee. And going forward with the consultant, the idea would be that we would engage in meaningful and structured processes to allow us to learn, reflect, and assess actionable ways to co-create a culture of belonging. And this whole concept of a culture of belonging is really speaks to a lot of what AFSCME has brought forward in their resolution. And I think there's a lot of common ground for us to focus on there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, Mr. GM. And I think Anne had her hand up too. We'll come right back to you, Anne, okay?
That's later. That's fine.
Oops, you're on mute. You're on mute, Bob.
Thank you very much. This is a very important but also exciting opportunity for the district. I don't want to see it as a negative light at all. I want to see it as an opportunity. I recommended money in mid-year for this because what I've learned over the years is you put your money where your goals are. And the two things I would just caution on, if there are too many in the bundle, we don't get to the highest priorities. So I would recommend that we charge the staff working with the labor and the board that they prioritize these like the committee did. They did prioritize their top priorities and to work through those priorities. I also think that there are many people who weren't even born when past actions happened. So we probably need to look at the actual items and read what they actually said and what was the reasons and how did we correct that. As Dee said, we were making progress, but did we slow down because we did not keep our eye on the ball? So I just want to make sure that whatever we do, if we're going to make change should be long lasting. It should have staying power. It should be the right decision at the right time. And for all the reasons have been stated repeatedly, this is a very emotionally charged time. It's a sad time. It's an angry time for many people, but we need to make a careful analysis of the priorities to get it done. And I think that's what the union are asking, is that all great, but where does the actual action that's permanent change happen? So my comment is we're behind this, but I would really like to get the top things, get some things done right away, and things that are going to be permanent, longer term efforts like training that should be really thought through about how we implement these things. And appreciate all of the comments from everyone.
Thank you very much. Any other comments by, oh yes, General Counsel Victor?
Thank you, President Corbett. Carol Victor, District Counsel. So I want to clarify my comments earlier in the meeting. I think that this conversation about next steps and what we're doing is perfectly appropriate and within the four corners of what was agendized. There's no issue with the Brown Act for the discussion that the board's had. I think it was just really whether the conversation should occur at public comment or should it occur in the connected with this resolution. So I just wanted to make that clear that there's been no Brown Act violation by the Board of Directors at all. This is all perfectly appropriate for discussion. And I think that I've captured the intent from the discussion in the resolution, because I think Director Eccles' edits seem to have been accepted by the full board. I know you want to see them.
I have an item as well for amendment.
Okay, great. And then the one question I do have is whether you want another therefore be it resolved regarding the need for staff to meet with labor, develop an implementation plan, and report back to the full board.
So I'd like to do a couple of things. I'd like to make a suggested amendment myself. I would like to then go to a motion to direct the staff, and then I would like to come back to the resolution. And then we can discuss the pieces of the resolution. But I do think that we're pretty much, I think we've been clear on what we want to see in the resolution, but I'll go through it with everybody to make sure that we get it right. But before I go there, I do want to see Director Wieskamp had her hand up earlier. So I want to make sure we come back to Director Wieskamp. And of course, we do need to come back to the issue of the Police Association. So Director Wieskamp.
Well, I heard with that the Police Association, though they have not sent us a resolution, we heard their thoughts. And I wanted to make sure that they are included in these ongoing discussions, because culture throughout the district is important, including our police department. And I certainly would like the opportunity, if there's something that our chief feels would be important to put in this resolution, that we get the opportunity to listen to that before we complete the resolution. That's all.
Okay. Okay, sounds good. So I'll try to keep this all straight. I have a suggested amendment on the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th, 6th, 7th, whereas. And in fact, I think that this was the intent of this particular whereas. We just need to make a little tweak in the sentence. So here's my suggestion. So the statement now reads, whereas for 86 years, the Park District has been stewarding public parklands and open spaces as places of respite for all people with a vision to forever provide opportunities for a growing and diverse community to experience nature nearby. In light of what we've heard in the history that has been shared with us today, I want to just tweak this slightly so that the whereas would read in recognition of the fact that we have some history in the past. So it would read, whereas for 86 years, the Park District has been stewarding public parklands and open spaces as places of respite, period. And the next sentence would read, our vision going forward is to forever provide opportunities for all people for a growing and diverse community to experience nature nearby. Otherwise, the whereas reads that for 86 years, everything has been wonderful. So that's my thought. Everybody okay with that? Is that good? Everybody? Okay. All right. Were you able to get that, Carol?
Yes, I was. So it's two sentences. For 86 years, the Park District has been stewarding public parklands and open spaces as places of respite, period. Our vision, capital V, going forward is for all people with, all people to forever,
to ever provide opportunities for all people.
Yes, got it. To,
okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So let's go to the potential, oh, Director Eccles.
I'm sorry. I'm just wondering, I totally appreciate what you're trying to do, and it's exactly right. It's important, but I just have one small concern, because it seems to me that was always our vision, but we just may not have yet realized that vision. So would it still work if we just said period, and then we said our vision is to forever provide opportunities, or even our provision is to provide opportunities? Because if we say our vision going forward, it makes it sound like it was not our vision in the past. And I think it was our vision, we just didn't succeed.
I'm fine with that. So our vision is to forever provide opportunities for all people for growing and diverse community to experience nature nearby. You're cool with that?
Yes, whatever you have. Yeah, basically just to put period and then our vision. Yeah. What
And
you
how about commitment instead of vision?
Our commitment? Yeah, that works. Sure, of course. Yeah.
We are this is taken straight from our master plan.
Yeah.
The vision.
Okay.
That's fine. We're making a different statement right now. Okay. All right, so let's go back to.
Would you like to use vision or commitment? I mean, I'm game, but I'm just saying where vision came from.
Commitment is good.
Commitment good with everybody?
Okay. Commitment is a stronger word.
Okay.
Okay. All right, there we go. So let's go, please, to a motion on direction to staff for the implementation plan. So here's what I've heard, and please. Sorry?
Were we going to hear from the police before we went to our motions?
We're going to do the implementation plan, and then we're going to go to the police, and we're going to go to the resolution, because the suggestion is that the police be included in the resolution.
Okay.
So let's get the implementation part done, if we could. I just think it'll be easier that way. So I hope that's okay with everybody.
Go for it.
So here's what I've heard on the implementation plan, that we are going to direct management to sit down with 2428 and develop an implementation plan. And we can say which includes discussing the 11 items. And we could state the 11 items. I think that might be clearer than referring to them as the 11 items in the resolution. How does that sound?
I thought the police association was included.
I think that here's my thoughts on that. I'm not excluding them, but I think let's do a separate one for 2428.
Okay.
And then talk about the police association. My concern is we haven't had the police association given them an opportunity to speak to us.
Right, and then they're not here.
Yeah, so I don't exclude them. I just think we should bring them in, and so okay. So is that one okay? The one I just proposed?
Sure.
That the board directs management and 2428 to develop an implementation plan to address. Do we want to say the 11 items and name them? That would be my recommendation, to be clear.
There are 11 bullet points in their draft resolution that are action items.
Okay, so the board directs management to meet with 2428 to develop an implementation plan, which includes a discussion on the 11 action items requested by 2428. The only last question I have is, I think it'd be important to list the 11 items so they don't get lost somewhere in the translation. Does that sound okay with everybody?
Sure.
Director
Okay,
Rosario's raising his hand. Yes.
I would like to possibly consider adding a 12th. I think as a park district, we missed a very incredible opportunity to be part of the Black Birders Week. And I think we need to commit to being a part of that movement, and or if missing it, and maybe creating our own Black Birders Week or month somewhere in our programming. Because I
Is
think
that acceptable to everybody?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
I don't know what you're talking about, so.
I don't need it.
Okay. So Dee, would you like to let Director Lane and Director Wieskamp know a little more about the Black Birders program?
Yeah, it was in response to the incident in New York where there was a Black birder who was bird watching, and
Well, I'm familiar with that incident.
I know
yeah,
about the
so it
incident.
arose out of that incident, and so it was a movement, and it was adopted by the Audubon, Save the Bay, a lot of different organizations to celebrate and to encourage Black people to actually get into birding.
Great.
And so we missed the boat on that officially, but some of our naturalists attended on their own and participated on their own, and I think we just missed an opportunity there. And I think we should do whatever we can to encourage our people of color to engage in the environment. And I think I don't know if this movement's this particular hashtag is going to go away, but I think we should have our own event.
So you want to add that as the 12th item? Is that what?
Yeah, it was mentioned in one of the whereas, so I thought maybe dedicating a program. There's the part of the 11th that is mostly in-house staff concerns, and I think this one is one that outreaches to the public.
So could it be a Black Birders program and other similar type programs?
Yeah, that would be fine.
Okay. All right. I see two hands, the GM and the council. Who'd like to go first?
I just, this resolution obviously has gotten very complicated, say the least. And I would recommend that the board just give direction to staff to come up with a Black Birders program and let our talented naturalists define what that is and bring that back as a separate item. I think it just would be probably more effective that way.
Okay.
Thank you, if that's okay.
That sounds good. Okay, so let's start over again. First motion is going to be on directing staff to work with all of our other fine staff, including our naturalists and all those who would be involved in a program modeled after the Black Birders program and similar type programs for outreach, that we direct staff to develop such programs. I know that wasn't very elegant, but does anybody know what I mean? So that's the first motion. Would anybody like to make that motion?
I would like to make that motion.
Okay, so we're directing staff. That's motion by Director Rosario, second by Director Eccles, to develop a Black Birders program and similar type programs for outreach, directing staff to work on that with our talented staff. So that's the first one. The second one is our direction to the staff for the implementation program. And I'm asking that we include the 11 items asked for in the AFSCME resolution as for discussion in the implementation plan between management and AFSCME. So let me start over again. So the board hereby directs management to meet with labor to develop an implementation plan to address the 11 items asked for by AFSCME 2428. And Carol, I think it's best if you list those.
Okay. Just give me a quick minute to make sure I'm counting correctly.
Okay.
6. Okay, so the action items from ASME 2428's draft resolution that they submitted to the Board of Directors is that the board affirms that Black Lives Matter, that the board specifically address anti-Black racism and commits to speak out against systemic racism and violence towards Black people. The board directs all staff, including management and public safety, to complete a minimum of 1 implicit bias training by the end of 2020, with a commitment to annual trainings focused on IDEA, inclusion, diversity, equity, and accountability, issues such as mental health crisis and trauma-informed care. The board members commit to complete the same implicit bias training as staff by the end of 2020, with a commitment to annual trainings focused on IDEA. The board directs staff to hire an IDEA agency as a third party to help create ongoing trainings for all staff, including management, analyze organizational change over time, and identify the need to hire a dedicated equal employment opportunity officer. The board directs IDEA consultant and staff to study what barriers we currently have in recruitment, hiring, promotion, and retention, to remove those barriers to create a welcoming workplace to attract BIPOC, specifically reaching out to Black, Afrocentric organizations such as historically Black colleges and universities, Black fraternities, and places of worship. The board directs the IDEA consultant and staff to evaluate and make recommended changes to the background investigation process, including recognizing and addressing that criminal background investigations that disproportionately disqualify BIPOC, as they are often victims of racist interactions with law enforcement. That the board directs staff to review the performance evaluation process using IDEA principles to identify and eliminate barriers and cultural bias. That the board directs staff to provide resources on IDEA topics in OneDrive for individuals to educate themselves on work time, and for staff meetings such as tailgate safety topics after supervisors are properly trained. The board will earmark funds to hire 2 to 3 community outreach coordinators who reflect the communities receiving our services, to be completed by 2023 budget. And the board directs staff to take action on these resolutions and commit to ongoing anti-racist work, including regularly scheduled meetings with the union and the Workplace Diversity Committee specifically, and to report back to the rest of the board on our progress quarterly. I just want to clarify that the board is directing staff to discuss these 11 points with ASME 2428, and then we will bring forward a plan for the board of directors to address and comment on at a later meeting.
Yes. And I like better the language, to develop an implementation plan. Okay. Does that sound okay with everybody? Are we ready for a motion? Who would like to make that motion? Director Eccles, who would like to second that motion?
Second.
Seconded by Director Rosario. Director Eccles, did you have a comment too?
No, I think this is, I'm very pleased that we are able to both do a policy resolution and a specific implementation plan, and that we're able to take immediate action on these issues.
Okay, thank you very much. So the motion that's before us is to create the implementation plan, addressing and discussing the 11 points. So management and labor will get together, discuss these points, come back to us with an implementation plan. Does everybody understand? Yes?
So is it to discuss and develop an implementation plan? Is that
Well,
what
it's to develop. I'll take to discuss out, but they will be discussing, obviously.
I think we should, I think discuss needs to be in there. So
Okay.
discuss,
Everybody good with that?
discuss and develop. Yes. Okay.
Okay. I think they would have to discuss in order to develop.
And if I want to clarify, we're getting the action will be the implementation plan that comes before the board at another date. This is direction from the board that these issues are important to you. You want us to discuss them with the union and develop a plan that will be discussed in front of the full board of directors at a public meeting.
Yes, with heavy emphasis on the "and" part.
Yes.
All right, we have a motion in a second. All those in favor, please call the roll.
Thank you, President Corbett. Board Member Lane?
Aye.
Board Member Waspy?
Aye.
Board Member Coffey?
Aye.
Board Member Rosario?
Aye.
Board Member Eccles?
Aye.
Board Member Wieskamp?
Aye.
And Board Member Corbett.
Aye. That passes unanimously. Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. So now we're going to go back to the resolution.
So,
and I'm going to ask our General Counsel, Carol Victor, to read to us what she has based on all of the suggestions by our board. But before we go there, Director Lane has her hand up. Director Lane.
I wondered if we should actually make a motion on the blackbirders. I mean, we talked about it, but we didn't make a motion.
We didn't.
Oh, so sorry. I thought we did.
We did. We did, Ellen, I think.
I thought we did. Did we? Yes.
Yeah, we did.
We didn't
Okay.
vote.
I think
Did we not call the roll, maybe?
We
Is
said
that
we
what happened?
wanted to do that. Is that enough for everybody?
Yeah, did we not call the roll? My apologies.
I think we got good direction from the board that they want us to bring this forward. And we will bring it forward for discussion to the board at a later date.
Okay, so
Yeah, but can I just have a show of hands of everybody who supports the resolution for the Blackbirders program? Okay, we have a unanimous on that too. Okay, so Carol, are you able to read us the resolution as amended?
I am, but
oh wait, time out a second. My apologies. Shall we hear from the chief real quickly?
Yes.
Chief Chibur, are you still with us?
And sure.
I would just like to make a just quick comment. I've had an opportunity to discuss with Chief Chiburo my thoughts and interest in making sure that we do a review of policy and procedures of our police department. That is something that elected officials should do at a time like this, just to have an opportunity to become familiar with our policies and procedures. I want to say I'm very appreciative of the fact that our police association in the meantime also came forward with a letter with a very, very strong statement. You've all read it. And I think that that's something that obviously can be incorporated in any review we do. And I hope that and I know you have all stated, my thought would be also that we would include the PA in these discussions as well. So I'm now going to be quiet and ask the chief for his comments on this.
Thank you, Madam President and Board of Directors, colleagues, and members of the general public. Speaking is Anthony Chiburo, your AGM of Public Safety and Chief of Police. The Police Association and command staff remain committed to the mission of this great district. Our actions are consistently in line with our values, which are safety, service, and stewardship. We are currently examining 9 recommendations from the Chief Law Enforcement Officer of the state of California, and that is our Attorney General. And those are really best business practices that have been circulating. You are familiar with some of those based on a letter for which we are grateful from our police association. We have alignment with the Attorney General, and we feel very strongly about that. At the same time, there are 2 areas which we feel merit examination or further examination. One is de-escalation, and we have a new policy regarding that, and we are rolling that out, and we will conduct training. And then the second area is canines, and we are taking a very close look at those, and we anticipate changes, again, in order to be in alignment with the Chief Law Enforcement Officer of this state. So we look forward to that process that is underway. My command staff is working diligently on those. In terms of the request from Director Wieskamp, Lieutenant Kocher is prepared to do that. She has requested that. She has been very patient, and we are grateful for her patience and support. And we are ready to go with that. And again, in conclusion, the police department, up and down, left and right, along with the police union, we stand for a commitment to making this district better, to providing better services, and to being a better department and district all around.
Thank you, Chief Chirero. Could you please, just for the whole board and the public, please express what the request of Officer Kocher was?
Yes, and forgive me, Director Wieskamp, if I'm not 100% exact. That has to do with our training. How do we recruit people? How do we train them? From where do they come? And how do we ensure that we are committed to affirmative action in those actions? And how do we ensure that we are committed to the values of this great district, which are diversity? And she had a chance to converse with Lieutenant Kocher, and from those conversations came her request.
Okay, so I'm going to throw this open to the board. Here's my thought. I think it would be extremely important that we do have a review of all policies and procedures, obviously inclusive of the ones that Director Wieskamp has requested. And that my initial thought was that we would have this discussion at the executive committee, and have an opportunity also to have the police association be part of the presentations in light of the fact of the letter that they did send to us, and the open invitation that they gave to us. I'm fine with it. I see your hand, Beverly. I know what you're gonna say. I'm fine with it coming to the whole board. That was my thought a week or two ago. And I'm fine either way, but I do think it is an important time for us as policymakers and as also stewards of this organization, and elected officials representing our communities, to ask that we have a review of policies and procedures, and ask the chief to and the GM to direct us in that review, and provide that for us, and include the PA as well. How does that sound, folks? I mean, everybody's interest. Director Lane.
Yeah, well, what I would suggest is at the end of this policy resolution, when we talk about actions, we have one that says review of policy and procedures of the police department, and just leave it at that. We can decide what to do with that. And then the second would be implement the actions of a culture of belonging in the district. And those would be just two general actions that we would recommend out of this resolution.
Okay.
And if he has some other ones they want to include, they certainly could do that. But I think both of those would be appropriate with the resolution.
Okay, Director Lane, on the whereas, which is the second one from the top of the page on page 100. Whereas the Park District's Public Safety Division moved immediately to eliminate the use of the carotid restraint and is committed to further reviewing its policies. Would we add it there?
What I would suggest is at the end, when we say that the board authorizes and directs the general management to act in support of this resolution, beginning with these initial actions, that one has to do with review of police policy and procedures, and the second has to do with implementing a culture of belonging in the district.
Okay, all right.
Those would be directions at the end.
Thank you very much. Does that work for everybody?
Sorry to be talking so much.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, and Carol, do you have that?
I am, if you gave me 5 minutes, I could get it typed in and I can show it to the full board of directors. Oh, I'm sorry, I was talking to a mute button.
Oh, I heard you.
Oh, you did? Okay. Yes. If in 5 minutes, I can get this, Beverly's last edits incorporated into the resolution and put it up on the screen for the board of directors.
That sounds fabulous. So in the meantime, are we all good with having a discussion at a further board meeting, not too far into the future, to start our discussion and reviewing our policies and procedures of the police department, police division, public safety division? Everybody okay with that? Okay, good. We're directing staff for that as well. Yes, and Director Coffey?
I just wondered if Carol had Director Eccles' suggestions from earlier in this discussion for some edit.
I do.
Great.
Yeah, I emailed them to everybody.
Okay, and we're gonna have Carol read them and we'll all make sure our comments are included. Yes, Director Wieskamp.
Okay, I would like to make sure that in looking at the Public Safety Division, that there is mention made that our department is looking at the Attorney General's advice on adopting 9 key reforms. If you want to list them all, fine, but if not, fine. Because they are in the process of doing that. And I think that's an important action forward.
So maybe on that whereas it could say committed to further reviewing its policies, including the 9 items
From the Attorney General.
from the Attorney General. Does that sound good, Carol Victor?
Yeah, I had, because there may be further suggestions coming out from the Attorney General. So I'll say including the California Attorney General's recommended reforms.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, good. Okay, we're gonna let Carol go for a second and we're going to take a 10-minute break, 15-minute break.
Go for whatever, 10 is
okay.
fine.
Let's say 10, which means we'll be back in 15. So 10-minute break, everybody. Thank you all very much.
Hey, Anna. Hey.
For your patience while we took a quick break, and I'm going to ask our Chief Counsel, Carol Victor, to read the resolution language as amended. And please raise your hand if it doesn't, if something sounds like it's missing as she reads. Thank you.
So I think it might be easier for the board to see it on the screen with track changes.
Oh, perfect.
So I can share the screen.
Thank you.
Okay, can the board see it?
No.
Not yet.
Okay, here we go. It should be showing now. Can you see it now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so the first change is in the second whereas this pain is intensified by the unjust killings of George Floyd, Ahmaud Arbery, Breonna Taylor, who are just the most recent among many other Black people whose lives have been unjustly taken. The next edit is whereas the nation and the world are in the midst of an unprecedented and devastating COVID-19 pandemic that has disproportionately impacted Black people and other people of color, with millions unemployed and over 100,000 lives lost in the United States alone in just a few months. The next edit is whereas for 86 years, the Park District has been stewarding public parklands and open spaces as places of respite. Our commitment is to forever provide opportunities for all people in our growing and diverse community to experience nature nearby. The next edit is whereas the Park District will ensure our workforce reflects the communities we serve at all levels of the organization and will recruit, hire, and retain competitive talent from park industry professionals of color. The next edit is whereas now is the time to acknowledge past wrongs, for us to listen, learn, and act as we stand in solidarity with people and communities who are most affected by centuries of systemic racism and inequality that harm Black lives today. And then we've added, be it further resolved, that the Board of Directors in the East Bay Regional Park District identify, acknowledge, and address racism, unconscious bias, and the systems and policies that prevent African-American employees and other people of color from realizing their full potential. And then,
Carol?
yes.
Earlier in the resolution, we've been using the word Black as opposed to African-American.
Okay.
Do we want to be consistent?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other edits to this? Therefore, be it further resolved.
I think it's okay.
And then the last one is, be it further resolved that the general manager is hereby authorized and directed on behalf of the Park District and in its name to execute and deliver such documents and to do such acts as may be deemed necessary or appropriate to accomplish the intentions of this resolution, beginning with a review of police policies and procedures, including the Attorney General's recommended reforms with a report to the full Board of Directors, and semicolon, and with the Workforce Diversity Committee, assess and develop a plan to co-create a culture of inclusion and belonging in our workforce.
Carol, do you mind going to the very first amendment at the top real quick?
That's it right here.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Does anybody have any questions or comments? Does this meet everybody's thoughts? Yes, Chief Chiburo.
My apologies for interrupting. The PA is here and would like to make a comment if this is an appropriate one, Madam President.
Sure, please. Who's here?
Hi, good afternoon, President of the Board and board members. My name is Giorgio Chavez. I'm the Vice President of the Police Association, as well as a Sergeant of Police.
Thank you very much. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm sorry I'm having video issues today, but I'd like to at least provide an audio statement for you all.
Thank you.
On behalf of the Police Association, I'd like to state that we echo Chief Sherborough's statement and sentiments. We're committed and working together with the Board of Directors, Chief, his command staff, 2428, and our community to build trust and legitimacy with the community we serve. I look forward to working with all of you in the near future and know that we have a lot of positivity moving forward and ideas that I think would benefit us all. Also, I'd like to, for the record, if the letter that we sent to you is available, our commitment be read aloud for everyone to hear.
Yes, please. Do you have it? Are you asking us to read it?
I can go ahead and read it, ma'am.
Yes, that'd be great. Thank you.
Of course. So dated June 12, 2020, the Police Association drafted a memo which was sent to the General Manager as well as the Board of Directors. It was regarding our pledge to you all as well as the community that we serve. The men and women of the East Bay Regional Park District Police Association want to make sure that everyone knows that we stand with Chief Sherborough's pledge to the community to do whatever is necessary to maintain the trust we have, as well as build additional trust with the 33 communities that we serve. There isn't anyone in the association that understands or condones the actions or the inactions of those officers in Minneapolis. We believe that all involved in that horrible incident should be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. The East Bay Regional Park District Police Association also extends our condolences to Mr. Floyd's family. He didn't deserve to die, let alone be treated that way. As you know, your police department just went through its third commission on accreditation for law enforcement agencies, which is our CALEA reaccreditation in May of this year. Shortly after Chief Sherborough took over as chief, General Manager Doyle asked the association about our thoughts on CALEA. The association strongly endorsed keeping CALEA due to the fact that it forces us as an agency to adhere to the highest policing standards. We have looked at the hashtag 8Can'tWait campaign information being circulated around the nation. Number one is to ban chokeholds and strangleholds. The chief has already banned the use of the carotid restraint, which was in our policy under section 300.3.4. The second is to require de-escalation. We have already been receiving training in this area at post direction regarding crisis intervention. Additionally, command staff has implemented an interim policy specifically for de-escalation, which is interim policy 466. Number 3 is to require warning before shooting. Policy 300.4 addresses identifying and providing a warning before using deadly force. Number 4 requires exhaust all alternatives before shooting. All our officers are taught in the field training program and during our annual use of force training to only use the minimal amount of force necessary to effect an arrest or detention. Number 5 is the duty to intervene. Duty to intervene is taught in the police academy and the department's field training program and covered in our policy, which you all will be reviewing shortly, I believe. Number 6 is to ban shooting at moving vehicles. Our policy 300.4.1 covers shooting at and from a moving vehicle as a last resort. Instead, officers are to move out of the path of the vehicle. And number 7 requires use of force continuum. Our use of force policy covered in section 300.3 mandates officers shall use only that amount of force that reasonably appears necessary given the facts and totality of the circumstances known to or perceived by the officer at the time of the event to accomplish a legitimate law enforcement purpose, which is covered in California Penal Code 835A. The reasonableness of force will be judged from the perspective of a reasonable officer on the scene at the time of the incident. Any evaluation of reasonableness must allow for the fact that officers are often forced to make split-second decisions about the amount of force that reasonably appears necessary in a particular situation, with limited information and in circumstances that are tense, uncertain, and rapidly evolving. Realistically predict every possible situation an officer might encounter. Officers are entrusted to use well-reasoned discretion in determining the appropriate use of force in each incident. It is also recognized that circumstances may arise in which officers reasonably believe that it would be impractical or ineffective to use any of the tools, weapons, or methods provided by the department. Officers may find it more effective or reasonable to improvise a response to rapidly unfolding conditions that they are confronting. In such circumstances, the use of any improvised device or method must nonetheless be objectively reasonable and utilized only to the degree that reasonably appears necessary to accomplish a legitimate law enforcement purpose. While the ultimate objective of every law enforcement encounter is to avoid or minimize injury, nothing in this policy requires an officer to retreat or be exposed to possible physical injury before applying reasonable force. And number 8 is require comprehensive reporting. There are several policies and bullet points which cover this, and I will go over this section very briefly. Our policy 300.5 covers reporting of the use of force by an officer. Policy 300.5.1 covers the notification of a supervisor for all use of force. Policy 300.5.2 covers reporting to the California Department of Justice statistical data regarding all officer-involved shootings and incidents involving use of force resulting in serious bodily injury is to be reported to the California Department of Justice as required by Government Code 12525.2. Policy 300.7 outlines the supervisor's responsibility to respond and investigate uses of force. And finally, policy 300.9 outlines the administrative review of all uses of force. This memo was also authored by the president of our police association, Anthony Zagata, and he mentioned a kind of a personal paragraph here that I'll share with you all. The last few weeks have been extremely trying for everybody. For me personally, continuously hearing in the media how police officers are murdering the people we've sworn to protect and serve, hearing that we are all racist, criminals, and corrupt, seeing what happened to Mr. Floyd at the hands of those who took an oath to protect others makes me sick. The calls to defund, sue, attack, and dismantle the police has made me wonder if I should continue doing what I love and have dedicated the last 27 years of my life to. We want everyone to know the men and women of the East Bay Regional Park District are dedicated to upholding the law fairly, equally, and without prejudice. Not tolerate the excessive use of force by any law enforcement officer. We will not stand by and allow the mistreatment of any human being by anyone in or out of uniform, period. The association members want nothing more than protect the district's parklands for future generations to enjoy. We want to come to work and make sure the district is the safest park district in the nation for its employees, as well as the thousands of visitors who flock to the parks for recreation and enjoyment. The association understands that there is always room to do things better, safer, fairer, and more efficiently. We are always looking to try and improve how we do our jobs, as well as how we interact with those that we serve. The association stands firmly and united against racism, violence, and the abuse of the trust and power given to us by the communities that we serve. The association looks forward to working with the general manager, the board of directors, and command staff to continue this discussion, improve relationships, and obtain our goal to provide the best service to the district and its community. On behalf of all the members of the Police Association, thank you for your time and your service.
Thank you very much, Sergeant Chavez. We very much appreciate you joining us today. Thank you very much for reading that statement. As you know, we have received it earlier, and we very much appreciate your proactive stance and your commitment to the district and all the people that we serve. So thank you so much. I'm going to ask the clerk that the statements made by 2425 earlier today, I had mentioned this earlier, be made a part of the record in total, and also the comments made by the Police Association to be made part of the record of today's meeting in total.
Yes.
So thank you very much for keep making sure those are added to be part of the history of today's meeting. Thank you. Thank you so much. And I would just like to, any members of the Board of Directors who would like to make any comments for Sergeant Chavez? Everybody okay? Director Rosario?
I just wanted to commend our Chief Chubero and the POA for their very quick action in removing the chokehold from their manual and their from its use, and it just shows that they're paying attention to what's going on, and I have nothing but admiration for our officers in blue. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? I think just to highlight what Director Rosario said, we do very much appreciate that swift action. There are cities and states all over this country who are still waiting for the federal government to come in and change that law. And we, with just a swift action over a week ago, our command staff recommended that. So it really is something that should be highlighted, and we very much appreciate it. Yes, General, thank you, Chief, and thank you, Sergeant. General Manager.
Oh, I wanted to comment on your question earlier. You asked for a clarification on the masks that public safety was handing out. A public comment was made. Those were donated by Supervisor Haggerty's office of Alameda County as a help to us, and encouraged us to hand those out rather than get into a confrontation where somebody's not wearing a mask, but just have the masks there available. We intend to do that through other methods as well. There were 500 masks donated by the county. So that clarifies that. I actually am very supportive of handing out masks. I think it's helpful and it's a safety measure. So I wanted to get that answer back to you.
Thank you very much, General Manager. Appreciate that very much. I think it's a good thing to do. Any other comments by board members? Director Coffey.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I'm looking forward to a dedicated session on the topic as we've discussed. I think there are many facets of this police department that are both proactive and progressive. And I look forward to that discussion.
Thank you very much, Director Coffey. Very well said. General Counsel?
Yes, President Corbett, we just went over the resolution and the edits. I did receive a message that where we refer to unconscious bias in the resolution, that should be implicit bias. And if the board's okay, I will make that change.
Fine.
Yes, absolutely. That's the correct terminology. And can we look at the very last part of the resolution one more time, please?
Yes, I'll pull it up right now.
I just want to look at that last amendment and just see word-wise whether it makes sense.
And I don't know how I got.
Let's see, beginning with a review of police policy. Oh, that's way too big now.
Yeah, sorry about that. There we go.
Okay. Including the California Attorney. So should it say with a report to the full, the part I'm having a problem with is just with a report to the full board of directors and with the Workforce Diversity Committee? Should it's it doesn't seem to follow with a report to the full board of directors. There's just a word in there I think that needs to change.
So mostly it was indicating, trying to indicate that this to come back to the full board of directors.
So let's see, with a report to the full board of directors and
this
so
helps.
so is it in participation, in conjunction with the Workforce Diversity Committee?
No, it's two separate concepts. Let me see if that helps. So these were just the first steps that the board outlined. So beginning with 1, a review of police policies and procedures, including the California Attorney General's recommended reforms with a report to the full board of directors.
Yes. And then 2, with the Workforce Diversity Committee, assess and develop a plan to co-create a culture of inclusion and belonging in our workforce. Yes, I think that. Is there an action word to put in there? And should there be a word before Workforce Diversity Committee? With the review of the Workforce Diversity Committee, assess and develop a plan to create a culture of inclusion and belonging in our workforce?
In conjunction with, would that work?
How about and work with the Workforce Diversity Committee to develop? Okay.
And work with the Workforce Diversity Committee
and work with the workforce to assess and develop a plan to create a culture of inclusion and belonging in our workforce.
Yes.
Okay. Does this look good to everybody?
I think we have beat it to death. I do read it. I think everybody's thought about it, they've looked through it, they have word by word. So I think it's in good shape. I commend everybody for how much they care about it.
Okay, so I'm looking at everybody. Does anybody have any final comments or questions about it? Is everybody okay with it? Colin has his mask on, so we're good. Everybody's good? All right, who would like to make the motion to adopt this resolution? Director Rosario, seconded by Director Eccles. All right, any further discussion? All right, please call the roll for a vote on the resolution.
Thank you, President Corbett. Director Lane?
Aye.
Director Rosario?
Aye.
Director Eccles?
Aye.
Director Wieskamp?
Aye.
Director Waspy?
Aye.
Director Coffey?
Aye.
And Director Corbett?
Aye. I'm very proud of this amazing board in working together to bring this forward. Thank you so much. Really, it's truly a great accomplishment, great teamwork. And Carol Victor for doing putting all the words together to make sure we get it right. Thank you, Carol. All right. All right. So that was unanimous adoption of that item. And we are now on item 3 under Acquisition Stewardship and the Development Division. And we have a report on authorizing an amendment, the Bridge Yard Building lease agreement with the California Department of Transportation and entering into a new operations and maintenance agreement with Caltrans to expand the footprint of the Judge John Sutter Regional Shoreline Park and provide public recreational access to the San Francisco Bay shoreline at our Judge John Sutter Regional Shoreline. And we have a staff report. Hello, AGM Kelchner.
Thank you, Director Corbett and members of the board. And I would like to say thank you all for the important work that you've done today. I really appreciate the comments and the board's leadership as we all take a hard look at the systemic persistent racism in our country. I'm very pleased to be able to bring this business as usual item. We are moving forward several important items, and this one in particular is in West Oakland, the Judge John Sutter shoreline. So it's in an area of our community that has historically been underserved by parks. So we're very pleased to be able to move this park forward. If the board recalls, we had an event, Fam Fest, out at the Bridge Yard at Sutter Shoreline last year. And that is one of the ways, by providing events for communities, that we can help to encourage people who may not normally visit our parks to feel comfortable and welcome in our parks. So we're excited to be bringing forward this new facility to be able to do more of that, those important events. And this is a big milestone. It's been an important partnership with many agencies, in particular Caltrans, who's been wonderful to work with and has done a lot of good work on this park. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to our Chief of Land, Mike Reeves.
Good afternoon, Michael.
Good afternoon, everyone. President Corbett, members of the board, Mike Reeves, Chief of Land Acquisition. I'm going to share my screen to start the presentation. I just confirm everybody can see that.
Yes.
Okay, great. So today's this item will involves board action to approve 2 agreements with Caltrans. One is an amendment to our existing Bridge Yard lease, and the second is a separate operations and maintenance agreement. Both of these agreements affecting different portions of the emerging new shoreline park. So currently, the Park District has about a 2.5 acre footprint, which is the first phase of the park, and that encompasses the Bridge Yard building you see here, and the surrounding area, including a parking lot which serves as the interim parking lot for access to the Alex Zuckerman Bay Bridge Trail. And that lease was entered into in 2017. So we've had possession of this facility for the last 3 years. This is what that footprint looks like. It's again about 2.5 acres. It includes the 40,000 square foot Bridge Yard building, an observation platform here, and this is the parking area, the parking lot that serves for visitors to the Bay Bridge Trail. And this dotted line here is the Bay Bridge Trail. This would be the new footprint for the expanded leased area. So we're going from 2.5 acres to about 7.3 acres in total. This is an old aerial map, but what you'll see on a series of slides to follow are photos of the improvements that Caltrans has been hard at work completing and funded by Metropolitan Transportation Commission through its Bay Area Toll Authority. On the left side of this new lease footprint is a new 66 stall parking lot that will serve as the permanent access staging area for the Bay Bridge Trail. It will also serve as the closest point of access into the new shoreline park. In between the new parking lot and the Bridge Yard building, this area here is a former Caltrans service yard that Caltrans, at our request, has rehabilitated that area to serve as a future open air event area in conjunction with the use of the Bridge Yard building. Just again for orientation, this dotted line here is the Bay Bridge Trail, the Caltrans service road here, and this is Burma Road, which is the access into this area and the shoreline park. Some photos now. This is the new parking lot. This is taken from the entrance to the parking lot from Burma Road. You see in the far background here, this is the Bridge Yard building for orientation. So we're looking again northeast. This is looking directly east. This is the span of the new parking lot. You see over here as well a new restroom facility that's fully plumbed with drinking fountains. That's part of this project, this parking lot access. Again, the Bridge Yard building back here. Over to the left of that last image, now we're looking at This will be where park users accessing the Bay Bridge Trail will access that trail. These K-rails right here currently block or separate the Bay Bridge Trail, which is on the other side of these K-rails. And this is the Caltrans service road. So when this is opened to the public, there'll be access. People will come in off of Burma Road Park and then access the Bay Bridge Trail and onto the Shoreline Park at this location. This is looking at the area between the new parking lot and the Bridge Yard building, which is here. So this is a pretty large expanse, a couple of 3 acres in total. And this again is available to us for programming for outdoor events of all sort in conjunction with our use and programming of the Bridge Yard building. Another really nice benefit provided by Caltrans and paid for by BATA. And one last item to mention with regards to this lease amendment, to our Bridge Yard lease amendment, is there's a new provision that will enable us to utilize an adjacent parking lot. This is Caltrans' new training facility parking lot. It's on the east side of the Bridge Yard building. We envision for full utilization of the Bridge Yard building that we'll have a need for a lot of parking, and Caltrans has generously included a provision in our lease amendment that would allow us to utilize this on a as available basis for weekend and evening programming for overflow parking. Now we're moving about a half a mile to the west, down to the westernmost point of the peninsula that lies along the south of the Bay Bridge span. And this is the area where the area in orange, totaling approximately a little over 5 acres, would be encompassed within the separate operations and maintenance agreement with Caltrans. And we're doing this differently simply because of Federal Highway Administration regulations. Won't permit this to be a leased area, but we can have an operations and maintenance agreement, which essentially does the same thing. So this area includes, again, here's the Bay Bridge Trail, the dotted line here. This purple on my screen, this purple dotted line is the connector trail from the Bay Bridge Trail out to the new observation platform. This was completed earlier this year by Caltrans, again paid for by BATA, 600-foot long observation platform, and a new kind of sets a dramatic setting for access to the shoreline. Also shown in green is what's called the Army BRAC Parcel 1. This is the last remnant of the old Oakland Army Depot base. And this acreage, the Park District has been working for a few years now to eventually have a transfer of this land from the Army to the Park District as an addition to our footprint, to our Shoreline Park footprint out there. So this is this line here is the line that separates everything to the north is owned by Caltrans, and everything to the south is the Army parcel currently. This area in here, there's a lot going on in this area. This is several utility facilities, and so those are not part of the park footprint. Although there's 2 buildings here, which are historic buildings and are anticipated to be a future phase of the park development and would transfer to the Park District at a later date. Now we're going to look at some slides of this area. We're going to start over here where the trail connector connects to the Bay Bridge Trail. So that's this location. We're looking west, Bay Bridge Trail here. This is the Caltrans service road, and then you cross that. It's very well marked, currently closed, but very well marked and ready for the public to access. This you can see here is the new trail connector. This is the entrance to that connector trail. You see our park sign here. This is also a good vantage. You can see this this fence here. This fence went in 1945, and this fence roughly marks the boundary between Caltrans property, which is everything on this side of the fence, and then the other side of the fence. That again is the Army property that will eventually transfer to the park district. So you'll eventually you'll be picking up all of this shoreline that you see there. As far off to the right of the screen as you can see would be part of the eventual part of the park footprint. Left image, again, we're turning and we're starting to head down that connector trail. The right image, we're close to where the observation platform base of that is, and we're looking back east so you can see that connector trail. And there's, you see the light stanchions here. So this is a lighted trail connector out to the observation platform. And this is the new CXT restroom for use by park visitors. Now we're pivoting back to the west, and on the right side of the screen, this is the ramp up to the observation platform. On the left side of the screen, this is one of those historic buildings. This is the key system building. And again, that would be a future phase and could be repurposed for use as part of the park. The fence line you see here demarcates the extent of what would be public shoreline access under this phase of the park development that includes the observation platform. And this is an elevated view of the new platform. Again, 600 feet. This has a lot of park furniture. It's lighted. There was repurposing of the old Bay Bridge metal to make some of these park furnishing improvements, and it's quite a facility. This map now zooms out to look at the overall planning area for the emerging Judge John Sutter Regional Shoreline Park. And here you can see the subject for today's board action approval of these two land use agreements with Caltrans. These are the green areas that bookend really both sides of what will eventually be a larger 20-acre or so regional park that will include that Army parcel as well. For a total of about the green areas will be a total of about 12 acres of land that will now have use and will operate as part of the park in this second phase with Caltrans. So this is a collaborative effort, and it began many years ago with a 9-agency working group that worked on the planning process for visioning and developing a concept plan for a future park here. But really the rubber has hit the road, and the laboring oar is a collaborative effort with the Park District and two staunch partners, and that's the Bay Area, the Metropolitan Transportation Commission, again through their Bay Area Toll Authority, which has provided the funding throughout for all of the costs involved in developing really significant visitors serving park infrastructure on this site, and is continuing to also support the Park District in ongoing operations and management costs. And then in particular, the California Department of Transportation, Caltrans, that group, the District 4 office of Caltrans has been instrumental in bringing this to a reality. And I want to in particular thank the staff at District 4, including the District 4 director, and that's Tony, I get the name here. Tony Tavares is the District 4 director, and his predecessor also very, very involved in moving this forward. And in addition, his right-of-way staff has been very helpful in getting us where we are today. I do want to mention that our year-long effort to bring this shoreline park to fruition just recently received the Award of Merit for Innovations in Green Community Planning from the Northern California chapter of the American Planning Association. And the Park District will be sharing this award with Caltrans. And actually that concludes my presentation. So I'd be happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much. What a great partnership. And so nice that you recognize so many people. Tony Tavares, and the previous director was Bijan Sartipi, who served us well for many, many years. So thank you for that. Board members, do you have any questions or comments? And maybe you can pull the screen down so I can see board members. Yes, Director Lane.
Yeah, this is very exciting. I'm so glad to see this happening, and thank you for your work, Mike. On the north side is Radio Beach, right? And is that also owned by Caltrans?
Director Lay, the footprint for the future park has several ownerships. So that everything to the north of the east span is Port of Oakland, and that's identified as a future phase for the full build out of the shoreline park. That would probably be the final phase, I imagine, but that is Port of Oakland ownership.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else like to weigh in on that? Yes, Director Waspy.
Well, just just one sentence. I think it's the title tells it all, a collaborative effort. I think it's amazing how these three agencies got together and produced this incredibly beautiful resource for the community and everybody in the Bay Area. And I might add, it happened so fast, I couldn't believe it. It was really quick and really great. And I'm glad that John Sutter will be able to enjoy this park for a long, long time.
Very nice. Any other comments, anyone? All right, AGM Kelchner.
Director Corbett, thank you. Just want to acknowledge Mike Reed's good work on this project, and also a shout out to AGM O'Connor. Jim O'Connor has been very involved in the day-to-day development of this project, and really appreciate his good work on this. It's quite an accomplishment.
Yes, great teamwork. Beautiful project. You know, John Sutter would be very, very proud, and is proud. Yes. All right, anything else? So this is a resolution to authorize an amendment of the lease agreement. And would anybody like to make that motion? Director Rosario moves, seconded by Director Lane. All right, please call the roll. I thought that was your cat for a second.
Thank you, Madam President. Director Eccles?
Aye.
Director Coffey?
Aye.
Director Waspy?
Aye.
Director Wieskamp?
Aye.
Director Rosario?
Aye.
Director Lane?
Aye.
And Director Corbett?
Aye. Unanimous. Thank you all very much.
Don't we
Thank
wish
you.
we were there?
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll be there soon enough, hopefully by the holidays.
Okay.
There's always wishful thinking, always wishful thinking.
Okay.
So our next item is authorization to execute a contract with Shao Kawasaki Architects for the consulting services to improve Peralta Oaks North, and an appropriation of funds for that project. And AGM Kelchner, would you like, oh, I see, who would like to introduce the item? Dr. Alvarez?
Yes, Dr. Alvarez.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. Thank you, Director Corbett and board members. Today is indeed a very beautiful day to contribute to the mission of the East Bay Regional Park District. With deep gratitude for your leadership in denouncing racism, Deputy General Manager, Dr. Ana Alvarez. The Park District is committed to providing a safe and appropriate workplaces for our employees. And we are here today to recommend that the board award a consultant contract to help us plan, design, and permit the renovation of the building the Park District acquired last year, which is immediately across the street from our current administrative headquarters. The renovation of the building will create a true Park District administration campus, allowing a holistic approach to our work through design spaces that amplify a collaborative culture, which a one campus concept will foster. As a way of background, this is a project that the Park District began nearly 20 years ago to replace the current public safety building that has reached the end of its useful life, and to provide additional administrative space needed to accommodate the Park District's growth over the past couple of decades. Indeed, an integrated public safety division reinforces the values of safety, service, and stewardship. This marks a significant milestone in a long journey, a turning point where we can start to envision a place where employees can provide services and the public feels welcome. It is also important to note that the framework for this project speaks to the values of the Park District of transparency and inclusion that ensures that for all internal stakeholders to be heard. To accomplish this, we have created a project team that includes staff from all divisions. We're a large district and we want to make sure that all departments are included in the decision making, which it also certainly includes the participation of the members of the Public Safety Division. You should know that the team is led by Chief of Design and Construction, Lisa Gorgian, and Project Manager Toby Perry. Also, and equally as important, we have added an additional element pertaining to decision making, given the significance of this district-wide capital investment. The project is shepherded by the Park District's executive team to provide decision support and direction. We refer to this team for this particular project, the Executive Steering Committee, with the General Manager and myself as the project sponsors. And our AGM of ASD, Christina Kelchner, has been assigned as the lead for the group. The steering committee has been meeting regularly and is charged with looking at the one campus concept with both buildings by integrating the Public Safety Division into the Park District headquarters. And with this brief introduction, I would like to now turn it over to Christina to present this item for your consideration today. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy General Manager Alvarez. This is a photograph of the new building that we purchased last year, which we are fondly referring to as Peralta Oaks North, given that it is immediately north of our existing administration building. As the board is aware, we purchased the building last year, well aware that it would require significant renovation. It's been vacant for nearly 10 years. Our purpose in the project here is to, because the district has just simply been out of space for quite a while now. Since the district moved into our current administrative headquarters, we have doubled in size in terms of the acreage. We've gone from 65,000 acres 30 years ago to over 122,000 acres now, and from 49 parks at the time we moved in to 73 parks today, with nearly 1,000 employees. And as Anna mentioned, we do need safe and appropriate spaces to provide emergency communications, response services, safe and appropriate spaces for our employees, and safe and welcoming spaces to the public who come to our administrators' offices to make reservations, to meet with staff, to get information about our parks, and importantly, to participate and give input in public meetings. As Dr. Alvarez mentioned, this is not a new project. We did begin the process 20 years ago when we began looking at replacing the aging Cold War Nike missile site that is beyond its useful life. And over the past 10 years, we did look at over 400 properties. before finally settling on the property next door as the best value and the best location to serve our needs. This project is about a building, but of course it's also about the people and the important public services that we provide. These are our, some photos of our staff and our employees who provide the safety, service, and stewardship for our parklands. And this is a current photo taken of the public safety building during the COVID-19 pandemic. It was just taken recently. On the left, you see a creative approach to social distancing. This is the communication center where the dispatchers do not have enough space to socially distance, so staff got creative and constructed a separation panel using PVC pipe and a shower curtain. And this is typical in the public safety building. It has been for the last several years, where we've added portable buildings. And in the bottom right here, you can see the portable restrooms, the porta potties here. Those were originally installed in the fall because the restrooms were out of service and needed repair. And they have been kept because there's only one restroom in the building that services sometimes as many as 100 people. And so up in the top right here, you see a picture of the personal protective equipment that was needed during the COVID, and it's still needed during the COVID-19 pandemic. So all of our face masks and cleaning equipment, this is our inventory room. And it's actually the lifeguard's office. You can see their cubicles over here, but it was taken over to provide that inventory space for PPE. So just not enough space for emergency response services. And this situation is similar in our administrative headquarters building. This is a picture taken, obviously it's empty during our shelter in place, but you can see from this photo how we have creatively kind of crammed in people and storage and equipment into every space that we have. And again, in 1989, this building housed 80 employees, and with the growth of 150%, now close to 200 employees are working out of this building. And as I believe Dr. Alvarez mentioned, social distancing is going to be with us for quite some time. And all over the country and all over the world, people are needing to rethink our workspaces. And there will be new requirements for separation to keep our employees safe. Social distancing is going to be very challenging in these spaces that we have already outgrown. So we are here with you today with an important milestone, which is to recommend the hiring of a design consultant team to walk us through the design process and the planning process and permitting for the renovation of the building. We did release an RFP, the teams that Dr. Alvarez mentioned, led by Lisa and myself, with representation from all of the departments in the district, put out the request for proposals. That happened, we were scheduled to do interviews just before the shelter in place was issued. And so we did have to reschedule those and learn how to do them on Zoom. And this is a photo here of that interview occurring on Zoom. We did receive 7 strong proposals. We chose 4 firms to interview. They are listed here: Indigo, Jeff Katz, LPAS Architects, and Shaw Kawasaki. So after those interviews, we're very pleased to recommend that the board award the consultant contract to Shaw Kawasaki Associates. Shaw Kawasaki is a local firm. They're Oakland based. They have done a lot of work within Oakland and the Bay Area. They do have a lot of experience with public service buildings. And they also have a demonstrative record of sustainable design and delivering on time and on budget. And they also have, we spoke with their references, many references of cities they had worked in, and they received high marks for community engagement, both internally with stakeholders and external stakeholders as well. So I wanted to speak a little bit about the scope of the work. The scope of this work will include several phases and actually will span for several years. So it is a long-term contract, and these are the key phases that they'll take us through. The first is a concept design, which is where we will be sure that we've identified all of the needs through a needs assessment, all of the functions that we need the building to serve. The end result of that will be to supply a concept design with a preliminary cost estimate. And after that, we will take it to schematic design, which is a 30 or 35% design, which we need for planning permit review, and also to evaluate options for sustainability certification. And again, a more refined cost estimate. At the end of each of these will be very important input points for the board. We plan to, Dr. Alvarez did a good mention of the staff involvement and how we are including the staff in the decision-making process. We have been coming to the board about once a quarter, at least to the executive committee about once a quarter with updates. We plan to continue coming to the board as often as needed. But I just wanted to highlight that at the end of each of these phases will be an approval point where we will be seeking the board to approve, yes, we're all in agreement, this is the plan so far, and we're going to move forward to the next phase. So, excuse me, after we do the 35% design, then we'll be ready to move to construction documents where we'll have the drawings and specifications to go out to public bid. And then assuming that the board gives direction to proceed with the construction, which will be another significant decision point for the board, then this consultant group would continue to provide services through construction. The amount of the contract, the consultant contract, is $2.7 million. And we looked at how do we know that that is a good price and a fair cost. Typically, in a building project like this, we expect that the design phase, which is what we're talking about here, design, permit, planning phase, to be about 10% of the total construction cost of the building. And at this point, our best estimate, and I emphasize that it is very much an estimate at this point, is between 25 and 30 million for the construction cost for the renovation. And so at 2.7 million, we are right in the ballpark of right about 10% of the cost. So we feel good about that this is a fair price and it's what we expected. As we mentioned when we acquired the building, typically in a building like this, the soft costs, which is all costs not directly associated with physical construction of the building, is about 30%. Construction is about 70% and the soft costs are about 30%. So I did want to make it clear that there will be additional consultant costs. This contract represents about 7% of the total cost of the project. And so there will be additional costs as we move into construction. We will need a construction management firm and there will be permit fees and other soft costs. We do have funding for this contract. From the 2012 promissory notes, we used about 14 million of that to acquire the building, and we have about 5 million left to get us to construction. So this, we do have funding to pay that set aside specifically for to design the renovation of this building. And then I'll just go over the schedule and then take any questions. You've seen this slide before. We've shared it a couple of times, and we are here. We went to the June Board Executive Committee with an update on our selection process for the consultant, and now we're here awarding the contract. We will move into the next phase of developing our concept plan and doing some of that space programming, and we'll plan to come to the board certainly before the end of the year with an update on that process. And just an overview of the overall schedule. Again, we are here. These blue diamonds represent the minimum board check-in points. We expect that there will be more than these, but they represent the end of a phase where we will certainly want to come to the full board to get the board's input and approval of where we're headed with the plans. And so we do still hope to meet our target of going out to bid in 2022. So about 2 years from now, 18 months to 2 years. And that is typical for a project like this. We are certainly doing everything that we can to expedite the work, but we do feel that this project is pretty realistic. Given how these projects usually go, it's a pretty realistic schedule and typical of these projects. And then once we begin construction, it'll be an 18-month to 2-year construction period. So that is what I have for you, and I'm going to stop sharing my screen and take any questions.
Thank you very much. I will wait for the screen to go down. I'm sure we have some questions or comments. Would anybody like to weigh in? I can't see all the board members, so let me scoot over here. Board members, do you have any questions or comments? Let's see. I don't see any hands up. Yes, Director Lane.
Well, what are the plans to find money for this building? Another promissory note?
Thank you, Director Lane. An excellent question. We have been working with Deb Ocker, and she will be developing a financing plan. It will be financing of some kind. We don't know exactly what form that's going to take. It could take promissory notes. There could be other options. I don't know if CFO Ocker wants to speak to that.
Good afternoon. This is Deborah Ocker, and Christina Kelchner said it right on. We've been meeting with our financial advisor. It's likely that we will be able to issue additional promissory notes when we are ready for construction of this building. So that's the current plan, and we'll be talking with the Finance Committee about that.
Director Lane, I would also just add that the economy is in an uncertain place right now, and nobody quite knows what the future is going to look like. So it is a time that feels a little bit, do we want to spend this, money now? This contract will get us to a place where we know what needs to be done to the building so it can be occupied. And we think that in 18 months to 2 years will actually put us likely in a good place in the construction market. If there is a softening of the market, that lasts, for at least a couple of years, that we may end up being in a good place, ready to go to construction at that point.
Any other questions or comments? Yes, Director Waspy.
Well, thank you for the presentation, and I'm particularly pleased that you chose Shaw Kawasaki. I'm glad to hear that they have some experience in sustainable buildings, and I know that part of their charge or their contract that we're going to hopefully get with them is to, I forget the terminology, to see if it's worth it, to assess the sustainability. I personally think it's very much worth it. I hope that it's somewhere along the line. I know it's a cost item, but I'm wondering if Shaw Kawasaki are the agents or the people that in this contract would seek out grants from Stop Waste and other organizations like that, and energy credits for doing the right thing to make it a little softer on the cost to do the right thing sustainable wise. And I hope they'll also give us some numbers of what it would be cost to be a silver, a LEED silver building versus a gold or platinum for that matter.
Certainly, Director Waspy, wonderful questions and comments. And we did talk extensively with all of the candidates about sustainability and the importance of looking at all of the options and understanding the costs and benefits of different approaches. So they are prepared to do that. That is definitely part of the scope of Shaw Kawasaki. I don't know if they have another sub-consultant. Certainly they have the experience, and they may have another expert. It's a team of consultants, many different consultants. I don't know if Lisa or Toby has anything to add to Director Waspy's question there.
Lisa Gorgon, good afternoon, Chief of Design and Construction. Thank you, that's a great question. I'm gonna partially answer it and then pass it along to Toby Perry, who is the project manager, and just say that it is a requirement for the City of Oakland to meet a certain level. So we will be, and Shaw has a lot of experience in renovations in the City of Oakland, so they're very familiar with the requirements. And I think we will be looking to them for grant options. We would, I think the district would apply for grants ourselves, but certainly we would be working in partnership with them to help us. Toby?
Yeah, Toby Perry, project manager on this project. And yes, as we developed and finalized the scope of work for this project, we really did want to hit home on the importance of sustainability on this project, but at the same time, really manage the balance that with cost, and really want to look at where we can really improve the building, make it sustainable, efficient from a cost standpoint. And this area of work is a point of pride for Shao Kawasaki. This is an area where they really enjoy working. And certainly, you know, as I was discussing scope with them, it was hard to get some of this stuff written down because it's so implicit in the work they do every day. So for them, it was like, oh, you need me to actually write this down on paper. And I said, yeah, you know, we do, because there's people looking at it. But for them, it's part of the job, and they wouldn't imagine not doing it. So that's, I think, gives us a lot of confidence in their skills when it comes to this work.
Thank you very much.
Director, thank you very much. And I agree with the comments by Director Waspy. Director Rosario.
Yeah. Do we have a plan B for if the radio tower either wouldn't work there, or if it's if there's opposition by the community? Do we have a plan B?
I'll let Lisa address that. We will have a consultant who that's all they do is radio towers. And so they will, oh, wonderful. Captain Love is on the video here, so he can probably address that. So there will be a plan B. I'm not sure we know what it is yet, but the consultant will help us develop that. Alan?
Thank you, Christina. Directors, we have reached out to our current vendor, CSI Communications, who will be working with us, and they have already done some preliminary examinations of the availability of a radio tower being erected there. And I believe it is, this is where I would defer to Lisa or Toby for the zoning question. But we have had the CSI actually look at the building and come up with different options, not just one option for a radio tower.
Yeah, and this is Toby Perry, project manager again. And again, I don't not to focus on a plan B, but what I do want to mention is, again, in talking through scope with Shao Kawasaki prior to bringing this action to the board, really did again emphasize the need for this radio communication tower, and really discuss the need to resolve it and figure it out early on in the process. So they actually moved up a few of their of the action items related to this work up to the front end to get these conversations and this dialogue going with public safety and CSI, whom the district who the district works with separately from this project, but will obviously be involved in this. So working as a team, we really want to ensure that this happens and can happen. And obviously, as soon as, if we were to get some indication that it wasn't going to work, that would happen very early on in the process, so we could come up with a plan B.
I have a follow-up on that. Have we done the initial research to see whether a tower is allowed within the city of Oakland's regulations in a space like that?
Yes, Director Corbett, we have done that research. We had legal look into that research and confirm that yes, the zoning does allow a communications tower here. And we also spoke with Oakland planning staff, and who indicated they're fully supportive and would support us in the project. So we're feeling confident that the zoning is not going to be an issue for us.
Okay.
And just a reminder that we have a tower. I think when people think of a tower, they're thinking of a tall tower. We already have communication tower on the existing Peralta Oaks building. So the question, and I don't know, I just don't recall what the sheriff put in for their whole facility they have across the street. So that must have communications facilities up there. And so we know that the towers are permitted in the area. We have one. We placed that tower there that post the prior owner. So we will have to work with that. I think what's really critical Director Corbett, is that the placement of where matters because of how it hooks into the system.
Yeah.
And the housing is off to the north side. The hillside where the parking is the school above that hill. So hopefully we'll keep it away from the housing side. And it's a fairly big, as you can see from the picture, it's a fairly big footprint.
Yes, thank you very much. And along in that same vein, when do we see starting our process in working with the neighbors?
Go ahead, Lisa.
Thank you again, Lisa Gorgon, Chief of Design and Construction. We, once we bring on Shaw and actually execute the contract, that will be one of the first things that Toby and the team does is revisit the project schedule and the scope, and I think come up with a public engagement strategy. So we know that public input and stakeholder input is very important for any development project. And so I think we will be wanting to come up with a plan with our consultants, because they, as Christina and Toby have mentioned, do this type of work and are familiar with some of the issues. And I think we're really also looking to them for some guidance on how to be successful and be good neighbors.
Great.
So, and I just, one other comment, I think this is a time with a public engagement strategy that would be a good touch point with the board so that there are no surprises, to make sure that the board is understanding about what our engagement strategy looks like.
Yes, I think we would all appreciate that. We don't want to have some of the same things repeat from last time. May I just ask one other question? In the executive, I'm sorry, Toby, you had something to say.
I just wanted to bring up one more thing that I thought was very relevant and might be of interest to the board, and that is that Shaw Kawasaki was the lead architect and designer on the county sheriff's building, the coroner's building that's adjacent to ours, that was brought up to essential services. So their expertise on this type of work is both there and is also very proximate to our building.
Yeah, and if there's any history in them working with the neighbors when that building was done, would be, I think, really helpful.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. So at the executive, thank you, Toby. At the executive committee, we did ask when there would be a spot for the board to weigh in on the building more specifically. And we were told that others above would have to be consulted on that. So do we have any word on that yet, when the board may have any, there will be any consultation with the board on the building?
If I may, Christina, thank you, Director Corbett. We do have several checkpoints with the entire board, where the board will have an opportunity to not only react to the designs that are being put forward, but also the thinking. And that's very important. So it's not that, so staff will be coming back to you at different points throughout the project, and will be availing itself what the board operating guidelines provides us with, which is we will be going to the executive committee and then coming back to the entire board. I know that there's also opportunities for board members to weigh in for the public spaces, which are very, very important. And this is a district-wide project, so we want to make sure that we capture everyone's voices as we design the spaces that will speak to the future of the district.
Yes, and I appreciate that. I think that's very, very important that we have a lot of conversation with everyone who's going to be in that building. Thank you so much. General Manager Doyle.
Yes, I think it would be very helpful to the board. Christina showed the chart, the flow chart. And I think if we could plug in some potential timeline dates more specifically, and be really clear and give that to the board members so they can anticipate that coming ahead of time. That's pretty well defined where all those diamonds were, but to make sure you know, I think that's an important piece of the process you have in your hands.
Thank you very much, Bob. That's perfect. I've seen that chart a few times and I'm looking for that. So thank you very much. All right. Anyone else? I cannot see Director Eccles, so do you have any questions? Are you good?
I'm good, thanks.
Okay, back to the other screen. All right, anyone else? Okay, thank you very much. So if we're, oh yes, Director Waspy.
I would move that we approve the authorization to execute a contract with Shaw, Kawasaki and Associates.
Thank you very much. Who would like to second that?
I'll second.
Director Wieskamp. Okay, please call the roll.
Thank you, President Corbett. Board Member Lane,
Yes.
Board Member Waspy,
Aye.
Board Member Coffey,
Aye.
Board Member Rosario,
Aye.
Board Member Wieskamp,
Aye.
Board Member Eccles,
Aye.
and Board Member Corbett.
Aye.
Thank you.
Unanimously adopted. Thank you all very much. Great presentation. Appreciate it very much. It's kind of exciting, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
All right. Next item, finance and under Finance and Management Services Division, we have a public hearing to review and approve our engineer's report for fiscal year 2020-2021. I see Deborah Spalding.
Hi there. Good afternoon. I'm going to share my screen here. Let me know when you can see this okay.
I can see it. Can everybody see it?
Great. So I am going to present some information and walk you through the steps that are required to levy the annual assessment for our East Contra Costa County Lighting and Landscaping Assessment District. Before I get into that, though, I'm going to give you some details and some history about East Bay Regional Park District's presence in East Contra Costa County. So as most of you are already aware, when East Regional Park District was first created back in 1934, it was only covered 7 cities in Alameda County. And it wasn't until 1964 that Contra Costa County was annexed. And even then it excluded the eastern end of the county. So it wasn't until 1981 that East Contra Costa County was annexed to be part of the park district, but it was annexed without any property taxes being allocated to EBRPD. And so a citizens task force was convened to figure out how to handle this situation. And adding to the urgency, the measured AA bonds had been passed in 1988 and in this area. And so additional funds for maintenance of anything that would be constructed or acquired using those Measure AA bond funds was really necessary. So the Citizens Task Force that was convened recommended that a lighting and landscaping assessment district be formed to fund the maintenance in this area. And then as required by Proposition 218, it was placed on the ballot in 1996 and approved by voters with 67% of the vote. The assessment of $19.70 has been unchanged since the beginning. But in the beginning, it was really a very small amount of land that needed to be maintained. So it was 2 trails, the corporation yard, and 1 staging area. This slide is just to give you a little bit more information about what distinguishes a lighting and landscaping assessment district from other taxes. And if you look in that, I guess it's the 4th column where it says benefit criteria. You can see all the other taxes there. So the special tax, general taxes, fees and charges. For benefit criteria, they all say not required, but under the lighting and landscaping assessment district, you have to show a special benefit is being received by this area. So that's why we do this report and we get into detail about what services are being provided in this area that are special and that require a special assessment on a property tax bill. This map just shows you the boundaries of the East Contra Costa County Lighting and Landscaping Assessment District. So it matches exactly the Liberty Union High School District. And in green, you can see it's kind of small, but all the different parks in this area, parks and trails. So it's really grown quite a bit in the time since it was first created. All right, this is a lot of words. This is actually within the engineer's report if you want to read it in more detail, but it talks about how these funds can be used. So there's a lot of language that covers all different types of maintenance. Fencing repair, landscaping, paving, fire suppression. Those are all ways that we can use these LLD funds. And this slide is showing you some of the staff who work out in the area. So the majority of the funds are for staff who are doing this maintenance work, and they are maintaining trails and out at Brushy Peak, Morgan Territory, Round Valley, and Basco Hills. That's all in the Delta unit. So how does that $19.70 per parcel add up? Even though that amount has been unchanged since the beginning, the revenue that we bring in has really grown, and that's because there have been so many new housing units added out in that area. So originally it was $300,000, and today it's close to $800,000 that we will be bringing in from this assessment. But this slide is now showing you for all the parks in that area, it takes a lot more than just the East County funds to maintain those parks. So this is showing you the budget for all the parks in the area. So listing them out here, these are all within that East County area. And then down at the bottom, you can see what the funding sources are. So our general fund provides almost $1.5 million for maintenance and operations. The East County LLDs, only about $650,000. And then there are other special funds that make up the difference. In addition to using those funds for operating and maintenance, we do special projects in the East County area using these funds. So Jeff Rasmussen in his earlier presentation had quite a few good slides and pictures, but here are just a few others of the storage shed out at Big Break, grazing improvements at Deer Valley Roddy Ranch, and there'll be additional fence repair and grazing improvements that will be going on this year. So this is actually the third time this report or this assessment district has come to you for review and various stages of approval. So first, on May 5th, the board adopted the resolution initiating proceedings. Then on May 19th, the board approved the draft engineer's report and adopt the resolution of intention. Then the clerk of the board published the notice of public hearing. And then here we are today, you will conduct a public hearing. And then unless 50% or more protest, you'll order the levy. And then that levy is submitted to the county auditor's controller's office and is placed on the property tax bills. So today's actions, you will hold a public hearing, receive any public comments, approve the engineer's report, adopt a resolution confirming the diagram and the assessment as set forth in the engineer's report, order the maintenance and improvements as set forth in the engineer's report, and then lastly, adopt a resolution overruling protests if there are. So that concludes the report. I would be happy to take any questions, and just a reminder to open up the public hearing after. So I'll
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, sorry. Thank you very much, Deb. So let's open the public hearing. Do we have any public comments on this item?
No, President Corbett.
All right. So can we close the public hearing now? Okay, so we will now close the public hearing. Board members, do you have any questions or comments before we adopt the two resolutions? Yes, Director Waspy.
Yeah, thank you. And I'll be amazed and happy if Tim Seifert's still here. Oh, there's Tim. Yeah, from NBS. Thanks for sticking around so long, Tim. I'm looking in your report. It states assessment revenues disregarding delinquencies totaling 791,000 and change. I'm wondering, does NBS or have you made any predictions as to the potential delinquencies because of the COVID experience that everyone's facing? I know that the Park District received, I guess, an informal letter from the county saying we can expect at least 5% delinquencies in Alameda County. I was wondering if you have any information on that.
Yes, actually, we've been looking at that. Contra Costa County was a little less than that. Alameda County, I know, was around 5%, and I know you're not covering it, but San Francisco was also kind of in that ballpark, talking to the tax collector folks over there. Most people pay their taxes in their impound accounts and such, and so a lot of the taxes were already paid before COVID really hit. Next year is obviously a bit of a wild card, and we're not really sure what's going to happen. And there was lots of legislative back and forth with possibly not charging late fees and interest and all that for people on their property tax. But again, so many people had really paid most of their taxes for the year that we're just ending June 30th. It's really next year and your cash flow next year that you could certainly see a little bit of a dip.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Yes, General Manager.
Yes, thank you very much. Just a point that probably wasn't pulled out strong enough in the presentation. We are receiving income from HCP, from the Habitat Conservancy, for management of the natural resources in a portion of the new acquisitions. So there is additional source. It is not a revenue source that is from taxation. It is the income we receive from leases at this point, like wind turbines and communication sites. So there is income that helps defer the cost of staff who's maintaining these. It pays only for the natural resource management, not for recreation. We've had discussions of this in the past. And just the reminder that we are negotiating with the HCP for our foundation to hold a significant endowment to continue that. And that is a requirement of the agencies, not just us, that you have to have a source of future funding for the natural resources management out there. So as we establish that endowment through the foundation and resolve what that growth is going to be, we do get a significant contribution to our management of the acreage from the HCP. And so as we get further along, we'll be able to balance that out as well a little bit more, because a lot of the acquisitions obviously are driven not by the district funding, they're driven by the HCP funding. So we've added thousands of acres out there, about 10,000 acres, that is in partnership with the HCP. And part of that is that they need to pay a portion of those costs. So just a reminder. It's good news.
Yeah. Great. Thank you. Any other board members have any comments or questions? All right, so a motion is in order for the first resolution to approve the engineer's report and adopt the resolution confirming the diagram and assessment order maintenance improvements and levy annual assessments for the East Contra Costa County Landscaping and Lighting Assessment District. Do I hear a motion?
I'll move.
Moved by Director Lane, seconded by Director Coffey. All those, please call a roll.
Thank you, President Corbett. Board Member Wieskamp.
Aye.
Board Member Eccles.
Aye.
Board Member Rosario.
Aye.
Board Member Coffey.
Aye.
Board Member Waspy.
Aye.
Board Member Lane.
Aye.
And Board Member Corbett.
Thank you very much. That's unanimously adopted. We also have the resolution to overrule protests. Would anybody like to make that motion?
I'll do so, noting at the same time that there have been none.
That's correct. There have been none, and there has been no comments on that today. So moved by Director Coffey and seconded by Director Lane. Please call the roll.
Thank you, President Corbett. Board Member Lane.
Aye.
Board Member Waspy.
Aye.
Board Member Coffey.
Aye.
Board Member Rosario.
Aye.
Board Member Wieskamp.
Aye.
Board Member Eccles.
Aye.
And Board Member Corbett.
Aye.
Thank you.
So that was unanimous adoption of the resolution overruling protests. Thank you all very much. So next item is board and staff reports. I'm going to ask you all real quick. Would you like a 10-minute break or you want to power through? Okay, I see power through. Let's power through. All righty, board and staff reports, actions taken by other jurisdictions. General Manager Doyle.
Thank you very much, President Corbett. This will be very quick. You have two actions. One is just really the Three Creeks project in the Brentwood area, a restoration of the creeks, and it will require a temporary reroute and closure of parts of the Marsh Creek Trail as they do that construction. We're working with the project applicants and with the city to make sure that we have proper signage while the section of the restoration is going on. It will close. It's close to the downtown. And that will just require a closure of the trail, which is very popular out there, as you know. But we're working with everybody on coordination with signage and communications. Any questions on that?
Any questions?
Okay, the second one is City of Richmond. The City of Richmond was successful at getting a $325,000 MTC grant for connections to the Bay Trail as part of the ongoing Bay Trail improvements in that city. Of course, TRAC has been a major advocate for the Bay Trail there, but this should help make connections for pedestrians to get to other facilities as well as the trail, and happy to see this happen.
Yeah, this is a good one. You know, this project, when we were in DC, gosh, earlier this year, it seems like years ago, we had that conversation at the Department of Transportation about funding that was available for projects that sound exactly like this one. Do you think there's any opportunity into the future to find additional funding for this project through that federal authorization? Because this is like right up the alley there.
Yes, this is I would call this older money, but the transportation reauthorization is in motion now, and both our advocate and our legislative staff has been working very hard to look at how we qualify for these connections. The great thing about the Park District system is that it's mature to where we're really completing those last miles. And we certainly want to get the Point Melody Trail going and done. We have some grants already for that, but that'll be a big project too. But yes, we do believe that the potential for funding, including Land and Water Conservation Fund, which is having votes last night, today, and yesterday. So we're very, very close to the Senate approving the Land and Water Conservation Fund at full funding. Then that will go to the House. So all those things can be used for projects like our priorities.
Awesome. Especially these intermodal type ones. So advocacy pays off. Is that what you're saying, Mr. General Manager?
Yeah, it always pays off, and it's an approach we do from the board to the legislators to the staff all the way through, and a lot of partnerships.
Thank you very much, and for all your part in that. So that's that item. The next item is General Manager's comments.
We knew today was a very important day and a lot of discussions, so there are no staff presentations today. The comments are there for any questions for staff for those, but we do not have a formal presentation unless the board would really like us to make one up right now.
Yeah, board, what do you think? Would you like to spend another hour here?
Yeah, okay. All right.
2 hours more? Is that what you said?
The staff sits corrected. Okay.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. General Manager. All right. So the next item is announcements from closed session. Do we have any closed session items?
For President Corbett, yes, we have two announcements from closed session in the matter of Oakland bulk and oversized terminal versus the City of Oakland. The Board of Directors, by a vote of 7-0, moved by Director Rosario and seconded by Director Eccles, authorize the filing of an amicus brief in support of the City of Oakland's petition for rehearing en banc in the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals. I have another announcement from closed session from the board's June 5th, 2020 closed session. The general manager, Robert Doyle, has announced that after 45 years with the East Bay Regional Park District, that this year will be his final year and he intends to retire. And the direction from the board of directors from that closed session was that staff should begin the process of retaining a recruitment firm to begin a recruitment for the position of general manager.
Thank you very much. Would anybody like to make comments?
Oh my gosh.
We're going to have lots of opportunities to thank and celebrate an illustrious, amazing career. So sorry, we're all a little tired right now, Bob, but we will definitely take another run at this. Yes, thank you, Bob, so much. All right, anything else? Okay, all right. Board committee reports. Director Waspy, do you have anything to add for the legislative committee?
No, but I would note that as we went through our consent calendar today, I'm very proud to be a member of the legislative committee, and just government relations and legislative affairs have not slept through any of the COVID deal. If you notice on the consent calendar, 9 of the 14 items were the committee and the legislative team and our advocates supporting legislation that's supporting parks, supporting legislation that's getting funding for parks, even supporting a potential bond measure in California. So they're continuing the work, and I'm very proud of that group and proud to be a member of that group.
Thank you very much. Awesome work, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, and I want to thank you for the minutes because they're very complete. So, you know, when you're not on the board and on that committee and you're interested in legislation, it's really nice to have complete information like this. So thank you.
Okay, board comments is next. I'm going to start just looking across my screen. Director Lane.
Thank you. You know, I did a little Zoom this last period, one in having our finance workshop, which was very enlightening and somewhat frightening, and good to see everybody in that. And then we had the Natural and Cultural Resources meeting, including a report from our Integrated Pest Management, our annual report. And I don't know whether the rest of the board wants to receive that report and look at it. If you would like to see it, it's on the website. It's very readily accessible. And it was a very interesting meeting, I will say. I've been in the parks and at Brioni's out of Buckeye, Iron Horse Trail. And I took the opportunity to go on the new Bay Trail from Buchanan to Gilman and back. And I will say it is gorgeous. And every single person I saw on that trail had a mask on.
Wow.
I have never seen anything like it. And but I think they were smiling.
Okay. Mask with a smile.
I couldn't tell. Then I wanted to say thank you for our weekly report on COVID and what is going on. I really appreciate that. And because we are starting the fire season, I'd like to request that at maybe our first board meeting or third board meeting, we are given a report on fires that we have been involved with, whether they're in the park district or whether we've supported other people, so that we could have that as a regular report. I would really appreciate it. And I appreciated seeing the information in the June 12th weekly report. That was very good. And saw that we had fires both in Round Valley and Point Pinole. So thank you for that, and thank you for a productive meeting today.
Thank you very much, Director Lay. Director Waspy.
Thank you. So on June 3rd, I attended the walkthrough for potential farmers for the Ardenwood farm, and it was incredible, very, very interesting. Tiffany Margalisi and her staff did an excellent job. You know, it's not something we have a whole lot of expertise in the Park District at, as being farmers and farming that almost 140 acres of land that's out there. There were 27 people that were involved and interested, and some of them were affiliated with one another, but I was amazed that there were that many farmers in Alameda County. But there's a tremendous amount of interest, and I think a tremendous potential of what's going to go on out there. On the 10th, I attended the COVID task force meeting. We're doing it every 2 weeks now, based on, I think, in my opinion, the success we've had so far in getting things done. I want to compliment AGM O'Connor and Steve Castile on their great efforts in reopening parks. On the 11th, I played golf at Redwood Canyon Golf Course for the first time, and boy, it's interesting. They're requiring people wear masks on the tees and on the greens. People are always all conforming. It's very sophisticated. They are social distancing, and you can't even hit the ball in the hole anymore. There's a little insert in there that your ball gets near the hole or would have gone in and hits it and bounces out. So there are no touches along the way. So it's quite safe and quite and very crowded. It's a respite for a number of people. I mentioned the government relations and legislative people. I just wanted to respond. I'm glad, Noah, you're still there. I'm glad. I don't usually respond to folks that make public comments, because you have a right to make your comment. But I would just, for education wise, you know, our police have responded. They always respond, and every single, I think, city in the world, an agency, police always respond to fire and emergency incidents. They have a tremendous role. I've been a firefighter for the Park District since 1978. And every single response I was on, a police officer responded, or maybe more than one. And I was very, very thankful, because a number of things I came to were traffic accidents where traffic control was needed. I was busy working on a patient along with my colleagues in the fire department, whereas the police came and provided safety for the patient, for me, and for everyone around with this active auto accident. I also came upon crime scenes, and in fact, murders, active crime scenes. And if we didn't have police there, we would be in a heck of a mess. So I'm very thankful that they come. It's a standard procedure. It wasn't whatever the reference is, propaganda or whatever it's called. It's a very helpful group. They're needed. When there's complicated extrications, when there's complicated rescues, low angle rescues off of cliffs, you need all hands on deck and everybody helping one another. And as far as cops giving out masks, you know, at some point, we've really got to figure out what we're going to do around here. Yes, we want our police officers who are under fire nationwide to get out there and work with the public, help the public, get the public to trust them. And I can't think of a better way than what they've been doing. So I just wanted to give my opinion on that.
Thank you very much, Director Waspy. And Director Waspy, I was just wondering, during social distancing, while you're golfing on our courses, if you get within 6 feet or 30 feet of the hole, does it count?
In many cases, we count just about anything. Yeah, anything close goes in.
Maybe I could have some success during this time period. Thank you. All right, Director Coffey.
And you know, Dennis, it's fairly ordinary for the police department to post things like that on social media. This organization, our district, is all over the place on social media. We do a whole bunch of different levels of social media. And our police department is very active, I know, on Facebook, because I read everything they get. And what I saw the last few days was just a continuation of good stuff about things that are happening in the parks or with the police department that our officers post. And I guess it remains subject to opinion about the timing of it, but it certainly wasn't propaganda. It was just the continuation of the normal posting by this department. So on my list, I attended the Mayor's Conference, Contra Costa Mayor's Conference, along with Director Rosario and Director Eccles on June 4th by Zoom. I attended the special meeting aforesaid on the succession and transitioning that we held in closed session on the 5th. I also attended then a Save Mount Diablo Zoom seminar presented by Seth Adams on the Diablo Range, a very interesting presentation with Seth presenting slides from a recent visit he pursued along the Diablo Range. On the 10th, I attended the Natural and Cultural Resources Committee. It was really a day for me of California Native American Studies, because a good portion of that committee meeting concerned feedback from staff on the naming process for Concord Hills and the role of potentially using Native American tribes as namesakes for that area, and the input we've received from the representatives of those tribes. It was a fascinating meeting. And then in the evening that day, I attended another Save Mount Diablo webinar entitled Working with Indigenous Peoples. And this was a presentation by our own naturalists, Francis Mendoza and Kevin Dixon. I did attend the finance workshop, as mentioned by Director Lane. And this weekend, I attended my first political fundraiser by Zoom. It was Mike Thompson's annual pasta feed. And how would you do that by Zoom, you might ask? Well, we had to drive, Mila and I drove up to Vallejo, picked up the food that was pre-cooked, had to bring back home and heat it up, and then get into Zoom and listen to Congressman Thompson's presentation. It was actually kind of fun. His guest was Hakeem Jeffries, the congressman in the new leadership structure from Brooklyn. My own outings, spent a day in Briones and in Black Diamond over the last couple of weekends. The parks were wonderful, and people seemed very happy and seemed to be behaving a lot better than some of the reports we're reading every day. So, but that's another subject. And I wanted to end with a shout out to Jim O'Connor and his operations staff. I learned that state parks, the California State Parks Department asked our park operations folks to do a best practices Zoom webinar for state park managers on essentially, I might be off a little, but it was essentially on how to keep the parks open and best practices during the pandemic. So for our district to be recognized by state parks of having that kind of value for their own staff really is a testament to their success in what they're doing and reputation. So a shout out to the operations people. And that does it for me.
Thank you very much. Director Wieskamp.
Thank you. I'll follow up. When I think of our policing, community policing means getting to know people and making them comfortable with you. And I think whether it's passing out masks or meeting our wonderful horse team and getting to know people, I think what community policing is all about. And perhaps the gentleman who made the remarks needs to go out and find out how important that is. They may not walk a beat, but they go to parks, and the more they meet people, the more comfortable everybody is with them. So thanks for starting that, Dennis. I totally agree. I attended, I forgot to mention last month, my attendance at the Residents Ad Hoc Committee and Ops. I attended the exec on the 4th. I attended that wonderful Zoom meeting on finance that we all learned a lot. And I, as usual, try to keep track of a lot of our supervisors whenever I can catch them. Matt at Coyote Hills said he had sent in an estimate on Sunday of 3,000, but he said, honestly, they kept coming. So it came out to about 3,700 people were there. It was a very busy day. I think he's wondering when maybe the parking further up in the visitor center will open and what that will mean. Chris Lyle, who has the very dry territory from Brushy Peak on up, said that out at their headquarters, where they have planted a lot of native trees, they have used one of those. Remember those wonderful tanks of water they get from the roof? Well, they've used one of them to keep those trees going, and so far they're looking good. They were just planted last year. And at Pleasanton Ridge, the sheep are still eating happily. And he told me about a sort of self-named club they call the Tap the Post. This is not like Mission Peak, but they climb up Castle Ridge Trail. And Castle Ridge is not like Mission Peak exactly, except it's a little steep and much shorter. And they call themselves the Tap the Post group. So it's become very popular with these groups as well as with people who like to walk the dogs. And I can only tell you, everybody I talk to throughout the community keeps saying they love the parks and they're glad we're opening. And that's it.
Thank you very much, Director Wieskamp. Director Eccles.
Here. Okay, there we go. Thanks very much. Yeah, I want to start by thanking the public, AFSCME 2428, the Police Association, management, and of course my other board members for the heartfelt contributions to our discussion on the resolution and action plan denouncing and confronting racism. I'm glad that we were able to have this conversation today and really welcome the opportunity to address the many issues that were raised. In terms of the things that I've been up to, let's see. So starting with last week ago, Wednesday, June 3rd, I attended the Alameda County Democratic Central Committee meeting where we also had lengthy discussions on the horrific murders of George Floyd and so many other Black men and women, as well as actions to address systemic racism. As you heard on the 4th, I attended the Contra Costa Mayor's Conference with Directors Coffey and Rosario and had opportunity to update the group on the issues that East Bay Regional Park District has been working on. Friday, June 5th, I attended the special closed session with my other board members, as you've heard on the succession and transitioning of our general manager. And then on the 10th, last Wednesday, attended the Natural and Cultural Resources Committee and agree with Director Coffey about the naming process. And I really appreciate the work that staff is doing to reach out and to really hear and listen to the various Native peoples who were in this land long before us, and be respectful of their views, but also how and whether to use names in our naming process. And so I think that was a really great discussion. Really appreciate the careful work that's being done there. And then of course we had our board finance workshop on Friday, and I'm here with you today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director Eccles. That leaves you, Director Rosario.
Okay. Thank you. It won't be long. On 6/4, I attended the subcommittee for the Finance Committee, sorry, Finance Committee. And then on 6/4, I also attended, had the pleasure to attend Nancy Skinner's webinar. It was on a panel on racism, and it was very good to see that a person from my past, a student from Mount Eden High School. In my past life, I was also a volunteer wrestling coach, and one of the young men there he was young and strong and quiet, and it was good to see him speak on this panel that Nancy had organized, and it's so gratifying to see that he's grown into such a strong young man who's not afraid to speak his mind. And he's also, of course, he's had to go through his troubles. He's the uncle of Oscar Grant. But it was very gratifying to see that he's able to represent and to help people in similar situations. And then attended the special closed session on the 5th. And then I attended on the 7th, I attended the Bay Nature Local Heroes. Even though it was a Zoom event, I thought it was very, very well done. We really got to hear the speakers without the clinging and the clanging of dinner implements. And I was very impressed with Vincent Medeiros. He's a descendant from the Ohlone, and he had a lot to say, and I hope he's on the list for the naming for the Concord Naval Weapons Station, as he is a direct descendant. And then also on 6/10, attended the COVID task force, which I can't say enough kudos to for the cooperation that's happening there. And then attended the board workshop, finance workshop. Thanks to staff for that very long, but very well organized and easily to understand meeting. We have our work cut out for us. And then, of course, today's board meeting. And I just wanted to say that I really appreciate what we've done today, and our discussions I feel are always with heart and well-meaning. And I just wanted to shout out to Dr. Ana Alvarez and Kip Walsh and her staff on the Workforce Diversity Committee they brought us this far. And I think we're on the verge of doing some really good things. And so thank everyone. And I also want to thank General Manager Bob Doyle for his career. Recognize that he's done a lot in his 40 years, much more than I have in my 40 years. So it's a good career and a great one. And we will be moving on, but we will miss him. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director Rosario. So I also attended the Alameda County Democratic Central Committee meeting the Wednesday the 3rd in the evening. And I attended the Board Executive Committee meeting on the 4th, Thursday. Prior to that, there was a Zoom meeting and a briefing on the district headquarters, which I attended that day as well. And then in the afternoon, I attended the EOC on that day. On Friday, of course, I also attended the special closed session meeting. And on the, hang on just a second, on the 8th, Monday, I attended another EOC meeting and briefing. On the 11th, also Thursday, was an EOC, our regular EOC meeting was on the 11th, which I attended. And on the 12th, I was there for the board workshop on capital finance, and appreciate the thorough information, the professional delivery, and the good news, along with the other news that we can anticipate a lot of work that we need to do in the future to keep our district going. But so appreciate the proactive nature of how we look at finances in the Park District. We're always planning ahead and always trying to put together programs and policies so we can continue to deliver our mission. So important. That doesn't happen everywhere. So thank you all involved with that. And that brings us to today. So that's it for me. With regard to today's meeting, I also want to express my support, not my support, but my appreciation for all the work that went into today's discussion. All the work that 2428 was involved in, our police association, their participation in today's meeting, and of course, all the comments and contributions by each of our board members. I really do truly appreciate working with the group of board members here at the Park District. I think it's really great to see how we work together and come together as a team for the greater good of our workers and also our community. So some very important words were laid down today, and it's part of our future, part of our history going into the future. And it appears to be that we will get a lot done, and we have a bright future ahead of us as we continue to work together on these very, very serious issues that do need attention. So with that, if there's nothing else, I would
have a public comment request.
Oh, we do?
Yeah, on this agenda.
Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, President Corbett. Yes, Noah Miller wanted to make a comment. I was just texting him regarding, I think, police procedures. It's a public comment.
So Mr. Miller did speak earlier today?
Yes, he did.
Do we have public comments at this time?
No, we do not.
Mr. Miller, is Mr. Miller still on the line?
I believe he is.
All right. Would you like to give him 3 minutes, everyone? Would you like to give him 3 minutes?
Sure, he stayed here this long.
Thank you very much, Director Coffey. All right, Mr. Miller, please let him in.
Okay, there we go.
Thank you, and I won't take 3 minutes. I appreciate you all spending so much time today and passing that resolution and committing to more action. And since Director Waspy did bring it up, I appreciate the opportunity to clarify that I also appreciate the positive actions that the police in the parks take. On one level, my concern is about the public relations and the fact that it's a bit, to use the phrase, it's a bit of a failure to read the room, to take this moment to promote the police instead of taking a moment to listen. But I also wanted to ask whether the commitment that was made today to do a review of police procedures would involve public input as well?
Yes, it should be happening at we always act in public meetings, so we'll have a public meeting and there will be a time for public comment.
Okay. Thank you so much. That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for sticking with us all this time.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much. Director Wieskamp, do you have a comment?
I had more of a one, I forgot that one Zoom meeting, but the other thing is next month I am having a surgery done on, well, at least at this time, they're telling me I am, on the 2nd. And I believe that Colin would be my alternate. Is that correct?
Which committee?
Yeah.
Committee.
Which committee did you say, Ann?
Executive Committee.
Oh, thank you.
It's on July 2nd. And so I just wanted to give an early warning. If he could make that, that would be good.
Thank you. I'll get it on my calendar.
Well, I'm sure you will enjoy it. Thanks.
And thank you, Ann, for the heads up, and
yeah, why not?
I hope all goes well.
Hey, I've got one.
Thank you.
Doctor's name is Ocker. It's got to be good.
All right. Any other comments or questions? Anyone else in the waiting room? All right.
Releases.
With that, the meeting is adjourned. Thank you all very much for a great meeting. Thank you.
Bye.